Good morning. Wonderful Wednesday, everyone. It's not so packed here, but welcome to everyone. So I'm just stepping in until our chair comes. So we will just go through the, because we have quorum. Oh, here she is. Welcome, Chair Robinson.
Where did you get to? You're just literally okay. All right. So I'm gonna again call the meeting to order. Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, and welcome our members and of course other members of council and our deputants and attendees today. We have 11 items on today's agenda, and for those of you who are in the room with us, the screens at the back of the room provide real-time updates about where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. And then for those of you who might be watching this online, you can follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. I'd also like to extend an invitation to my colleagues, members of the media, and the public to tour the Solid Waste Management Nuit Blanche exhibition. And that's going to take place at noon. So the installation, titled There Is No Away by Sean Martindale, uses more than 130 bales of recyclable materials to create awareness about the amount of waste that we generate. A big hit during Nuit Blanche. It's a little bit stinky, I'll warn you, but it's pretty impressive to see. And this installation runs right through till October 12th. The tour will be led by our General Manager of Solid Waste, Beth Gooder, and it begins at 12:45 on the east side of City Hall. So I hope you will all join us. Now let's get started with the agenda. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none. Confirmation of minutes from the last meeting. Can I have a motion from someone to confirm? Okay, Councillor Holiday. And now we're going to run through the agenda. And Councillor Moser, we've done our best to try to make the agenda a little bit lighter as per your request at the last meeting. PW 8.1, Congestion Management Plan. We've got speakers on that. Report on compliance activities, Blue Bin Recycling and Green Bin Organics Program. Oh, that's also held for speakers. Solid waste collection across the City of Toronto, also held for speakers. Pedestrian and cycling safety in Toronto, that's PW 8.4, also held for speakers. PW 8.5, contract award request for proposal number 9117-15-7122. That has, actually that we can adopt. Would we like, I would move to adopt that unless somebody else wants to. Okay, so I'm going to move to adopt that. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. PW 8.6, flushable wipes consultation with MOECC and the drinking water, related to the drinking water. So that has speakers. I think just maybe one, but it does have speakers. PW 8.7, increasing the transparency and reliability of traffic-related studies. Have we got speakers? Oh, and the clerks have just advised me that this has been revised. So just in case you're looking at an old version, this is the new version. And that has no speakers. I don't know. It does have a speaker? Oh, wow. Okay, that's changed. So we've got a speaker on that. PW 8.8, Portia Street Storm Sewer Connections. We don't have any speakers on that. So, oh, Councillor Ainslie. Absolutely. If you can just ask a committee member to hold it, that's just how we work here. Councillor McMahon's going to hold that on behalf of Councillor Ainslie. Thank you. PW 8.9, provision of can't say that word, software licenses and maintenance from hydraulic modeling and asset management. Do we have speakers on that? No. Oh, so Councillor McMahon's moving adoption. Thank you, Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. PW 8.10, sewer and water supply bylaw. Compliance and, okay, so we've got speakers on that, so everybody's aware of that. And then PW 8.11, Again, speakers, sidewalks on Midland Avenue, and I see we have Councillor Crawford here, so that has speakers. So I would suggest that we, if everybody's comfortable with just working through the order paper as it is shown, let's do that. So I guess we'll start with PW 8.1, Congestion Management Plan. And is there any outside councillors like to speak on that? Seeing our questions? Seeing none, any questions for the committee? Oh, I'm sorry, there's deputations. All right, so we have 2 deputations. Hamish Wilson is our first. So Hamish, you've got 5 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, good morning. Thanks for hauling in. Congestion is not a new issue, but we also need to be, I think, more precise in our thinkings about it. Now, I know I'm a bit biased and limited in my experiences in that I'm far more aware of the core situations. As you go beyond the core, it's a completely different set of circumstances, and I don't know too much about it apart from hearing about all the left lane blocked, the right lane blocked on the radio reports. So I'm not denying that there are sets of issues. However, in the core, there's kind of like a set of obvious things, I think, in that really the cars and the trucks are the prime basis, the prime problem of our congestion. And I'm not sure, I don't think this is really reflected in the report. There's a bias against that sort of thinking. Dug up something emerged from 1956 or something, public transit key to traffic congestion problem. So it's not at all, you know, the solution has been kind of obvious for a while too. And Mr. Gardner was saying, excuse me, there is no mystery about what has caused the problem. There are 5 million motor vehicles in Canada, 500,000 of which are located in metro, or domiciled, he said, in metropolitan Toronto. So Mr. Gardner himself seemed to admit that cars and trucks create the problem. There's lots of, again, old thinking about this. Park car at city limits, use TTC Transit, says Mr. Duncan. Former chief general manager. The scope of the problem doesn't include the Don Valley Parkway, but you know, we have an awful lot of cars coming in from the Gardner West especially. Just for a little bit of a hoot, this is fun too. Mayor Lastman, automobile-free downtown by 2011. You gotta laugh. You gotta laugh, eh? Who would have thought Mr. Lastman would have had that imagination? The report here doesn't think of transit being the real solution, nor does it think except that we can have transit congestion and pedestrian congestion. We don't tend to have bicycle congestion, by the way. I'm not sure how, one innovation is to change our thinking, because that's one of the key goals of the congestion management plan, apparently, is changing the thinking. I mean, innovation. So some innovations are changing our thinking, recognizing that there are other types of congestion. And we have to improve the transit options and use facts for transit. One of the thoughts in terms of the western congestion problem, the base of it is to somehow advantage the transit along the north side of the western rail tracks to down here at Front and Bathurst. Even a new busway would be an idea. And a third innovation, cars are subsidized. They don't pay the full costs. We need to actually start to, if we keep giving away things for free, people use it. That applies to the electricity, applies to the road grid, not so much the electricity grid. If we actually had the user pay, I think we'd thin traffic out. Innovation 5, let's try the fact-based planning for transit, effective transit that doesn't create the big drains like many of our projects have. Good, clear, current origin destination data. Innovation number 6, political will for transit, bikes and pedestrians to enable and protect us. The city of Curitiba in Brazil had political will for busways, and now they lead the world in providing effective transit. They had the surface capacity of subway for 1% of the cost. That may mean in Toronto having a King Street right-of-way, for instance, actually happening. Here's Ms. Stintz. TTC head touts car-free King Street. Now there's a concept. It's an old idea. So political will for transit bikes and pedestrians, innovation number 7, think of where the less used corridors are and how to enable the transit to use them effectively. That again gets back to the north side of the Western Rail Corridor. That's also the Gatineau Hydro Corridor, I think, that could be very helpful for Scarborough. Yes, thank you. Innovation number 8, using continuous bike lanes as transit relief. And have continuity in the bike lanes equivalent to the Gardiner, or conversely, patchwork on the accessway system like the bike lane not work. So Richmond and Adelaide, it's very nice, that's helpful, but we need to have it extended further. We also need to use Bloor Danforth as a subway relief for the price of paint. Innovation number 9, slower speeds on the arterials and expressways. It's not just for the safety, but the faster you go, the more road space you eat up. So a lesser speed can actually mean a fuller use of what is there. And innovation number 10, don't vote the core all the time. Thank you.
Come forward, Michael Black.
Do we get to
Oh,
questions?
of course, please go ahead. I didn't see any hands.
Yeah, I've never really asked any questions of Hamish, but I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. So, congestion. If you lower, for example, the speed limit and you slow everybody down, does that add to congestion?
My sense, sir, is not necessarily. You might have a better sense of it, but from a cycling standpoint, you see a rush, and then everybody stops at the stoplight. So my sense is that if you have a more moderate pace, there isn't that.
So let me ask you another question. So if you add, for example, traffic lights and more importantly, unwarranted traffic lights, and you're stopping people, does that add to congestion?
In some situations, I think it might, sir. In
If
other
you add more and
situations,
more stop signs and unwarranted stop signs, does that slow people down? Does that add to congestion?
in some areas it may well, but you also have to
So
think that there's always going to be
if,
conflict
for
on the
example, you
road
build,
space between people who wish to.
if you reduce the actual road space, and for example, you do a lot of one-ways and you heading down a one-way, and then it says do not enter, and you're one way this way, and then one way back the other way, and you're sent into loops, and you effectively take that road space off the sort of the traffic grid, does that add to congestion?
Well, it depends on the situation, sir. In the parts of the core, we are inundated with car traffic that wants to come
So
through.
in your view, if
And
you
I-
add any...
And in the suburbs where things
So
are,
let me just, because I'm asking the questions, right? So if you...
Yeah,
if-
and I'm not trying to give you
So
answers
in
that
your
you're not-
view,
you're not letting
if
me
you
give
do,
the
if you
answers.
do any of those things, if you add any of those things,
Yeah.
if you do any of those things, do any of those elements add to slowing people down, stopping people, adding to congestion, hence a worse air quality, and all of those other kinds of things?
What's your question?
That's my question. My question is, the answer really is, I'm looking for is a yes or a no. I think I know the answer, it's a yes, but but I'm not
maybe we'd
getting-
let Hamish
Thank you very
answer
much.
the
I'll ask the
question.
next person to say
Yeah,
those
okay,
questions.
Hamish, do you have an
Maybe I'll
answer?
do better there.
well, it does depend. I think, sir, actually, if you live downtown, you might find a different situation than in the more suburban regions.
I probably
Well, I
live
don't think
downtown
he
just as
finished.
much as the next
Councillor
guy. I work
Perruzza.
down here, right?
I don't think he finished his answer. So if we just let the
I just don't sleep here. Sometimes I sleep here, but I spend a lot of time downtown.
Maybe
So
we can get him
so
removed.
technically, I kind of live down here, for sure.
Okay, questions, this is a question time, so you ask the
Okay.
question, that's how it works.
I'm done.
And
I'm-
Hamish
thank you.
answers.
Thank
Oh,
you.
you're finished,
Yes.
okay. Thank you. Sorry
Do I
about
have
that,
a
Hamish.
chance to actually try to reply to some of the questions?
Sure, if you want to quickly try
Yeah,
to do that.
I'll try and do that.
We're running out of time.
And try and be succinct. Well, it does depend, I think, sir, on where you're at. And quite honestly, there's the situation that I'm looking for. Speed, no, what is it? The economic costs, no, the Yeah, I think you'll actually find, sir, that having a car, reduction of the car speeds and the stop-and-go traffic, and especially if the speed limits are higher, 50 kilometers an hour, people stop and then they zoom ahead. So that tends to be far worse on the local area. If we had a 30-kilometer speed limit on all the downtown streets, or 40 kilometers. Well, there's a change in technology, and if we actually had better transit coming in so that you could take the transit a little bit more, I think that might help too. It's just a sheer law of physics that you can't fit all the cars into narrow downtown streets, so laws of physics actually, I think, are the answer.
Okay, thank you. And we'll ask Michael to come up next. Michael Black, Walk Toronto. Welcome, Michael.
Good morning. I'm speaking on behalf of Walk Toronto, which advocates for improved walking conditions in the city. I do have to admit that when different transportation-related initiatives are being considered, pedestrians are at a real disadvantage. People like to say that a good idea will fly. If there's less enthusiasm, folks will talk about a decent idea being floated. And when an idea is considered plodding, dull, and uninspired, what word do people use? Well, they say it's pedestrian. When I was reading through the report from the General Manager of Transportation Services that contains 5 years' worth of recommendations for a congestion management plan, I detected a familiar lack of enthusiasm for anything to do with pedestrians. In fact, I noticed only one initiative in the plan that focuses solely on walking. This is an update of pedestrian crossing times, which lengthens the green walking phase at traffic signals. Walk Toronto is delighted to see this initiative listed, as it will benefit seniors, children, and persons with disabilities. But we were expecting so much more from the congestion management plan. We know that lip service is paid to provide the support of all modes of transportation. However, it's quite obvious that the congestion management plan's main areas of focus are on motor vehicles and transit, with a minor emphasis on cycling. One reads page after page without encountering any mention of pedestrian issues. This is most unfortunate because we are aware of a certain irony where the streets are congested with motors driving their kids to school, circling around the block looking for parking, or using a 2-ton SUV to pick up a few things at the local store that could fit into a purse. Meanwhile, local sidewalks tend not to be seriously affected by congestion. In fact, most have significant surplus capacity, even at rush hour. We also note that some of the worst conditions of vehicular and transit congestion in Toronto are on downtown streets, where shorter distances and compact streetscapes actually favor walking. Ordinary downtowners get this message. Fewer are driving, and a significant number of them use their own 2 legs as their primary mode of transportation. They walk to work, they walk to school, they walk to the movies. In fact, this is becoming so prevalent that some sidewalks in Toronto's inner core are actually becoming overcrowded. We urge the congestion warriors within transportation services to show greater support for downtown commuter walkers. On those sidewalks that fill up with pedestrians going places, planners should be working to relieve congestion. I'm not just talking about lengthened walk phases at traffic signals. The city should be widening well-used sidewalks. Curb extensions that jut out at intersections will have a similar benefit in relieving overcrowding by walkers. Also, developers should have to pay increased fees when their constrictive hoarding occupies a sidewalk. We shouldn't be pretending that serious fees should kick in only when the roadway and motor vehicles are affected. We ought to be implementing pedestrian-friendly measures, not just downtown, but anywhere else that foot traffic is heavy. For instance, the intersection at Yonge and Eglinton is the second busiest for pedestrians in the entire city. In time, we hope to achieve a modest travel mode shift away from private automobiles and overcrowded subways and streetcars at a cost that is far less onerous than what the city is contemplating for future Scarborough and Yonge Relief subway lines. not to speak of changes to the Gardiner Expressway. Toronto is now the 4th largest metropolis in North America. We are like the tip of a funnel in the GTA, where increasing numbers of motor vehicles are being channeled into our city. We have presently reached the point where it is difficult to fit huge numbers of cars into the tip of the funnel. Instead, we should be using more space-efficient modes of transportation, transit, walking, and cycling, to move people through our constricted transportation networks. Effective solutions to congestion are not always glamorous, fast, and high-tech. In fact, they can be plodding and dull, but if you recall the fable of the tortoise and the hare, it is sometimes the plodding and the dull that win. With this in mind, we suggest that Transportation Services hone its congestion management plan by including a greater number of provisions that facilitate walking in the city. At the same time,
Do you want to wrap up very quickly?
yeah, one more sentence. At the same time, they should have the courage to admit that congestion is merely the symptom of the disease. The real cause is an excessive glut of automobiles in Toronto.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for, I'll just ask you a question. Are you aware that we're undertaking, not particularly exactly Vision Zero, but we're looking at how Toronto can implement a similar plan program?
I am. In fact, at a meeting of this committee a few months ago, I was happy to see you launch the initiative. And we're a bit concerned that the initiative has been run out of the traffic safety unit, which is moving the emphasis away from Vision Zero to sort of business as usual. But we haven't seen
Why would you
any-
have that concern? I don't know why you'd have that concern.
My concern is from an email that was sent to Walk Toronto from the traffic safety unit people.
Okay, and are you also aware that we're very close on the cusp of really having a great complete streets plan in place, like months away from that?
We've been involved in working behind the scenes with Complete Streets, and we're really enthusiastic. Yeah, I should stress that the two initiatives that you mentioned have a lot of potential, and we only wish that the congestion management plan showed as much consideration for pedestrians as the other two initiatives that are underway.
Okay, thank you. Now, they're seeing there was no other deputations. We'll ask for any questions for staff, visiting councillors. Okay, so we'll start with Councillor Perruzza. We're in committee now. Councillor Perruzza, you're up. Yeah, I think, clerks, could we have the committee members sit in the horseshoe? Could that be switched? Thank you. Councillor McMahon, thank you for Wow. It's been a successful morning for you. Okay, so it is actually confusing, though, so if the clerks could address that next meeting so that we don't have this set up, please. So Councillor Perruzza, if you would proceed, your time is running for questions. And you're 3 seconds, 4 seconds.
Just similar questions, really. So I guess what I was looking for through this measure is other than, well, let me ask staff these questions. If you add unwarranted stop signs on a road, do you slow traffic down and add to congestion?
Through the chair, Councillor, when we put traffic control devices in, we obviously have warrants for them. One thing.
How many unwarranted traffic lights have we installed? that
Okay,
have not
Councillor
met-
Perruzza,
Yes.
honestly, all morning, you're not allowing people to complete the answers. It's not really respectful. So I'm going to ask you
Well, I know what
to
his
ask
answer-
a
his
question
answer
and
was
then
gonna
let
be
people,
that-
give people time to
That they put in
respond.
traffic lights to assist traffic, but we also put in a lot of
it's- actually, I
unwanted
was-
traffic lights.
Council, I was going to say that we often put in traffic control devices to improve, one of the key functions of transportation
Right,
services
exactly.
is safety.
Safety, exactly.
So typically, when we have locations where particularly pedestrians are crossing, putting in traffic control devices, while they may create an impact to moving vehicles, they often improve safety for other users.
Okay, how many unwarranted traffic lights that haven't met your safety thresholds have we installed across the city of Toronto?
I don't have that number
I
off the
remember
top
you
of
had
our
this
head,
little sheet of paper and
but
you
we
had all the-
probably, I'll say on any given year, we might have 40 to 60% of them may be unwarranted.
40 to 60%, like better than half of them, okay. Similarly, stop signs. If you add in stop signs, especially those that are unwarranted, that don't meet your minimum safety threshold standards, do they add to congestion unnecessarily?
They would slow vehicles down.
Exactly. So if you lower the speed limit willy-nilly to 30 kilometers an hour on every single street, irrespective of whether or not there are safety issues or any of those kinds of things, does that add to congestion and slow people down?
It would result in, if people adhered to it, it would result in lower speeds, more travel time.
Okay. How many, because I actually know the number because I saw it in your report, how many cases, well, now it would just, like the roof would be blown off with the City of Toronto and East York just going on every street, right? Like lowering the speed limit on every resident. Okay, let me ask you that question because it's right, it would be silly. If, for example, we remove, and it happened to me this morning actually, I headed down a street and I shouldn't have done that, but I did. The street was barren, I forget the name of it. And it was just cars parked on one side of the street. It was just acting basically as it was a street, but it was acting as a bit of a parking lot, I guess, for the people who live there. And it was one way down, and then I got a do not enter. I got a narrow going one way. I went that way, and then I was turned completely around. How many of those situations do you think we have where in certain neighborhoods, people have maneuvered this council so well that all of their residential streets have basically been taken off the travel grid for most people in the city of Toronto, and they act as parking lots for the neighborhood?
1 minute.
Through the chair, Councilor, we do see, particularly with increasing traffic congestion on the arterials, pressures on neighborhoods where we are seeing things such as cut-through traffic. Obviously, certain streets are impacted more than others at times, and often we are asked to study the impacts of doing things like managing direction to reduce neighborhood infiltration.
Okay, so, but you would agree that if once you do that, that adds to congestion because you take certain roads off the grid and people can't use them technically unless you live there. Right.
If the volumes of traffic continue to be the same and are on the main arterials, you will likely see more congestion on the main arterials.
So all of those measures, most of them do not meet your safety warrants. You add to congestion, correct?
We add to additional travel time, I'll say.
And
Okay,
does your
last
report,
question. Last
does your
question.
report
Yes.
in any way, shape, or form address any of those issues that I just raised that add to congestion?
Yes, I think several of the initiatives do, obviously, particularly the corridor timing studies. What we've been able to do in many instances to date is to retime the traffic signals. Does several things. It actually, in most cases, we've been lengthening the amount of time that we give to pedestrians to cross the street. We've been keeping the flow of traffic at a safe and reasonable speed so that drivers do not get frustrated and perhaps act more erratically. So we've been trying to do things like increase throughput on roads at safe and reasonable speeds
But-
to minimize congestion.
Okay, no, I'm sorry, you're well over your time. Councillor Moser.
Thank you. Signage for rush hour, could you tell me the status of that, our main arterials? Have we implemented all the major arterials, the signage from 6:30? I'm thinking I came down Kingston Road this morning, and the signage is still the same. So can you give me a status report? When are we going to do Kingston Road?
Through the chair, Councilor, to date, we have actually not been asked by any councilors to do this. The initial changes that we made were actually done under the Downtown Transportation Operations Study. We then expanded it to King Street based on the Gardner closure, and at council last week approved it for modifications to Queen, College, and Dundas as well. Our big data team, actually, we now have a wealth of data about how traffic is performing on the entire network on a minute-by-minute basis throughout the entire city. As we get into that, we suspect we will be able to identify locations where we're seeing increased congestion as we move out of the peak hour clearance times. So as a vehicle perhaps pulls in and takes out one lane, we will likely be able to identify locations and times when that's occurring. So while I can't guarantee you anything right now, I would suspect that over the next 2 years, we could do sort of a almost a citywide review of whether or not the peak hour clearances adequately match current demands.
Well, given the volumes and so forth, Kingston Road seems like a natural. It's almost the eastern artery into the city. So I still don't understand how you're evaluating this and how you're putting it into place. So under what circumstances and what kind of studies are you doing to do that?
Again, to date, we have not been asked by any councilors to look at this. We have taken it on ourselves to do this on primarily at this point, we've looked at streetcar routes. If you're asking us to do that, more than willing to kind of put you in the top of the line for our early analysis.
Certainly. Certainly would like to see that done. And I'll contact your office with an email.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other, no, so we'll move, Councillor McMahon?
Sure. So I just wanted to address what one of the speakers was saying. So through you, Madam Chair. So how much in the congestion management plan, how much focus is on pedestrians, and do you feel that that is part and parcel or separate to congestion?
I mean, through the chair, Councillor, there is literally thousands of things that we can do. The congestion management plan itself was looking primarily at vehicular movement on the roadways. So again, the focus does tend to be primarily on vehicles and transit. That said, we have parallel initiatives for things like Complete Streets, for the 10-year cycling plan. To think that there's a perfect time to sort of address all of these things all at once, they're all sort of moving at different speeds. We do think we are addressing sort of multimodal issues. They're perhaps not done as part of this, but there's, there's even things in the planning realm in terms of where we locate development, where we locate jobs. All of those have significant impacts on congestion. They lie outside of transportation services roles and responsibilities at this point. But again, I'll say extremely thorough soup to nuts review of all things we could do for congestion in one report would be a rather large undertaking. So this represents one slice of that.
Great. And just with a question with the curbside management plan, so I had asked for signage is a big crazy thing. People are always confused by our parking signs and mostly our parking signs. So I'd asked for a bit of a design competition to be considered for parking signage in your curbside management strategy, and I just wanted to make sure that was still in the works.
Yes, through the chair, first and foremost, currently our parking signage has to match provincial guidelines, so we don't get to design our own signs. I would agree that in some locations the signage can be a little confusing at times. To be honest with you, as part of the congestion or the curbside management plan, we will likely see more and different uses by time of day, so the signage will actually probably become more complex in some ways. But the idea here is that as part of the curbside management, we want to first figure out who are the curbside, what are the curbside demands, how do we best accommodate them by their need profile, and then try to modify that throughout the day, by day of the week, to best match the various user groups. So that is being considered, but I think we have to go through the exercise of figuring out what types of signs do we want, what types of spaces do we want, and then a second piece of it will likely be trying to contact the province to see whether or not they're willing to give us flexibility to create our own signage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza would like to speak.
Thank you very much. I would normally ask for a second round of questions, but it's
No.
not necessary. We'll do that later at a later date. and we'll get lots of other opportunities. Just simply to say this. So on one side of the equation, here's what we do. No one else has done this other than this council. We put in unwarranted traffic calming, lots of humps, ditches, indentations. We put in lots and lots of unwarranted stop signs. Stop signs that haven't met anybody's warrants on safety measures, even bare minimums, absolute bare minimums. We've installed at great expense lots and lots of traffic lights that haven't met anybody's warrants on basic safety. Zero. Other than just some neighborhood person saying, we need a traffic light there. Okay, let's pony up $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, put it in. That's what we've done. We have willy-nilly lowered the speed limits on streets across the city without any kind of intelligence to it, related to nothing to do with safety, other than someone's fear of the car, or the SUV, or the bus, or whatever. We've added nothing but a maze of one-ways and do-not-enters that haven't met anybody's warrants, thereby effectively taking thousands and thousands of kilometers of road, of public highway, off the travel grid. Because a whole bunch of people just want to live in the city, in the inner city, and feel like they're living in Wawa. No traffic other than the local cats and squirrels. So on one side of the equation, we do all of this stuff. And then on the other side, we say, well, now we got to pony up and spend millions and millions of dollars, in some cases billions of dollars, to alleviate the congestion that we have caused unnecessarily. Now we need to move people and we need to fix the garbage, $1 billion. We need more transit, billions and billions. Now I don't disagree with transit. We need transit. There's no question. Let me not go there. Let's leave transit out of this speech. But that's because we recognize that people are still going to use their cars, drive their cars, and get around in their cars. So in the latest, the City of Toronto and East York, without any kind of, a traffic or expert review, decided to willy-nilly lower the speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour on every street within their jurisdictions. How many millions and millions and millions are you going to have to pony up now to better coordinate the traffic lights on your major arterials, where you're going to be funneling all the traffic to? How many times is a mayor going to have to go out there on those major arterials and get the illegally parked trucks or mail-order trucks or wherever they are off the street, get them towed off there so he can move it along a little quicker? You know why he needs to do that? Needs to do that because you've shut all the other roads down. And you can't get around anymore. So on one side you say, oh, we need a traffic management plan to alleviate congestion. And every single day you show up here for work, you do nothing but insert other impediments unnecessarily that impede traffic flow, just simply because somebody somewhere has asked you to do that. Save the money, make the city work better. Review all of that stuff. That's not in the report. Take out the unwarranted
thank
stop
you.
signs, the unwarranted traffic lights, up the speed limit where you can.
Thank you.
Where it doesn't have an impact on safety, and get people moving, and bring more roads into the mix.
Thank you, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Perruzza and I don't always agree on policy issues, but I have to admit, on this one, he's spot on. And this is something that I've learned in my 10 months here. What's before us, though, is a congestion management plan, and it's important. It's over $50 million, a package of things to improve our city. But I call that the city staff side of the equation. They're going to do some great stuff here, look at traffic detection loops, look at signal timing, look at big data. Really exciting stuff for making our experience as citizens in this city and our ability to get around and actually connect this city together. My folks out in the West End in Ward 3 are increasingly isolated from the downtown because you just can't get your car into the city, or transit, it can be a horror show during rush hour. It's a long trip to get here. So anything that gets us moving more actually ties us together. But Councillor Perruzza did touch on a topic that it's the people around this table. I mean, this horseshoe, it's councillors here are the ones that are not necessarily holding up their end of the bargain by allowing or putting our endorsement behind things that are not recommended or do not meet warrants. It's the power of the pen. We're messing up things. And we're allowing unwarranted traffic signals, unwarranted stop signs against the best advice of traffic engineers that know how to make the city work. We're allowing them to go through, and we're creating the congestion that Councillor Perruzza talks about. So I'm happy to say that I fully support the congestion management plan. I think it's a vision of hope for us. But what I also hope is that my colleagues on council will continue to do the right thing and look carefully at the decisions that we make and the congestion that we contribute to in some of our day-to-day decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Moser's next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that the General Manager of Transportation Services be requested to investigate the appropriateness of the current peak hour clearance signs on Kingston Road from Lawrence Avenue East to Queen Street East, and report back to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee in the second quarter of 2016. Madam Chair, when you hear the delegations, you often wonder whether we should develop criteria to bring a car into the city. You have a card to have permission to come in. I know it's complex. I mean, is there room for everybody on our roads? And the reality is that we do have a substantial amount of congestion in the morning. So what tools have we got to help those? Should I wait, Madam Chair?
Yeah, they were just talking about your motion and trying to figure out if it was in order, so
Yeah, okay.
they're actually trying to help. But anyway, if you proceed, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so the elements that are in the report are very valid. So how do we make room for everybody? I live on the eastern portion of the city. There's times I used to take my vehicle, the GO train to come down. I can't do that anymore. But there are a lot of people outside the area that can't come into our city. So we've got to find these solutions. So I think it's important we endorse this, that this be part of our overall initiatives. And I want to thank staff for their report.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from you, from Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. So Councillor Moser, you are concerned that the parking times on Kingston Road are too long, or they impede on rush hour flow?
The reality is now, I came into Kingston Road at 6 o'clock this morning, and it was rush hour already. So the times that people travel have changed when we've originally signed these. And the reason we're extending them in the different areas is, one of the elements was to keep traffic moving, was to change the signage on when people are allowed to park. And I'm asking for a report that reports back to this committee in 2016's, what elements do we need to look at in order to make that happen?
What ideally would you like to see?
Pardon?
What would you like to see ideally for parking times?
Probably starting at 6:30
Till,
and at least 3:30 to 6:30 in the evening to accommodate rush hour traffic. Rush hour traffic really starts at 3 o'clock now.
so are you aware there are businesses along there that,
Yes. And that's one of the elements we're going to have to look at when we report back. It's one of the elements they're going to have to look at.
do you get any complaints from residents in that area to your office about this?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yeah.
So you get complaints from my residents to your office about Kingston Road traffic flow?
Well, people are saying, why can't we? They're aware that we've changed the signage downtown. And I said, well, they asked, why can't we do that on Kingston Road?
So why limit it to Kingston Road? Why not Eglinton? Why not Lawrence? Why not Queen?
In reality, Kingston Road is the main arterial from.
And it's your
from the
commute, right?
eastern-
It's your
Well, let me
commute.
finish my answer.
Sure.
From the eastern portion. It's a very heavily traveled street, and staff acknowledge that. So I want to find some way of trying to accommodate the traffic and find some balance. I realize there's businesses along there. They don't open at 7 o'clock or 6:30 in the morning.
Some of them
When
do.
staff look at this, they have to look at a business case for doing this.
I'm just wondering why limit it to Kingston Road unless it's just because it's your commute. But I mean, there are plenty of other streets in the city if you want to look at this for everyone.
Because it's a main arterial from the eastern portion, I travel it all the time, and this is the motion I'd like to put
Well,
forward.
I won't be supporting.
Okay, any other speakers? I'm going to speak quickly. I've got a motion as well. It's just a technical motion. It's a pedestrian motion. Sorry, I had to say it. It was funny what you said, and clever as well. So I just want to quickly take 30 seconds to put this motion forward. If the clerks could put it on the screen. It's just to make sure that we're reporting back to committee on an annual basis on these issues. I just want to thank staff for their comprehensive work on this initiative. Very critical to the future of the city. Just so all stakeholders understand, the focus of this report is really vehicles. Vision Zero and the Complete Streets will be more focused on pedestrians. So all reports can't be all things to all people. Staff are working very hard and doing their best. And I was fortunate enough to go to the traffic jam hackathon on the weekend, and that was a real experience. This is all about modernizing our approach. And quite frankly, it's long overdue, and our current staff are doing an excellent job moving this forward and getting traction on these issues. So our focus is really innovation and technology, and this report speaks to that and the future of the impact of that on how we navigate our streets in Toronto and make sure that we've got great movement across the city. So thank you for your hard work to staff. And we're excited about all these capital projects and all the things you're going to be doing on the operating budget perspective, the signal timings and the big data. It's all really long overdue, and thank you for forging ahead on this and getting traction on this. So at this point, we're going to put the motions, unless there's any other speakers. Oh, Councillor Lee,
I want to ask you a question on your motion.
please go ahead.
Would you be amenable to make it a semi-annual?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Because I think annually, I think it's too long.
Too long, okay. So we're going to, that's a friendly amendment that I'm accepting, so we're going to, on Councillor Lee's advice, alter this, if the clerks could alter this to semi-annual. Is that the way to say it? Okay, so we'll start, which motion's up before us first? Councillor Mosers? Could the clerks put the motions on the screen in order of Okay, so we're going to vote on, what are we voting on first? Councillor Moser's motion. All those in favor? Against? What happened there? 3, it doesn't carry. All right, and then the other motion on the thing that's now been amended to twice a year. All those in favor, I'll just go ahead, it's a simple motion. All those in favor, against, that carries. Okay, I just want to take this opportunity before we move to the next item. Councillor Cole has asked us to introduce a motion, so I'll be doing that on his behalf. Related to accessibility and the TTC. We'd like permission from the committee to circulate this at this time. So all those in favor of introducing this motion? Against? That carries. And the clerks, it's on pink paper. It'll be circulated now and we'll add it to the agenda. Okay, so our next item we have before us has deputations. And so we'll be proceeding to that item, which is PW 8.2, Report on Compliance Activities, Blue Bin Recycling, and Green Bin Organic Programs. So our first speaker on that item is, who's our first speaker on that item? Karen? Karen, come on up. Is Karen here? Oh, there she is. Okay, welcome, Karen. And then Rod Amur is going to follow Karen. So if Rod, you can be ready.
So good morning, Chair and councillors on the committee. Metro Licensing and Standards, working collaboratively with the Solid Waste Services, appear to be doing their best to monitor and then, when compliance issues are identified, to actually mitigate the wrongdoings. It's a tremendous undertaking to achieve compliance and to achieve our waste diversion targets and goals. Choosing to emulate the successful models in the world and in Ontario and in Canada for achieving greater diversion is something that I think Toronto, if they aren't already doing this, should be trying to select and then fit successfully programs into the Toronto waste system for our own future success story of achieving the zero waste solution. The ultimate waste diversion goal, which means that zero waste goes to disposal. How many times have we heard and said that the saving of Green Lane landfill space for future generations is a laudable and plausible goal? Let's do that, and let's do it with better organization, education, and industrial design and redesign, and with extended producer responsibility. And I've just chose a number of different cities and areas that are doing things in waste management that I think are laudable and successful. I think the overall government diversion program in Markham should be looked at very seriously. And I think that multifamily building supervisor that presented to you the last time has great ideas, and I think there's an opportunity there to put that in place. And the elimination of contamination, I think it's all about sort of getting the designers of products and packaging to sort of do something across the board so it's easier for homeowners to actually sort things correctly, and to have successful extended producer responsibility on different products and maybe different packaging, like the deposit return and the tire stewardship are two examples in Ontario. And elimination of contamination of waste. Markham, Ontario has gone to a clear plastic bag. And I think maybe that's something that could be done in the City of Toronto, for example. In the black bin, where we don't want any organics and we don't want any recyclables to go to the landfill, why not require clear plastic bags or loose garbage so that it actually can be easily inspected. And then if there are no organics, no recyclables, no hazardous waste, then no problem. But if there are those things in our garbage stream, we shouldn't be picking that up, and we should be letting people know that that is not the proper place to put those recyclables, organics, and hazardous waste. Well, this is just an idea among many that should be considered in the continuous improvement of our system to reach and achieve high diversion rates, 70 diversion plus. And T has already mentioned the extreme plausibility of actually having in the City of Toronto an 85% diversion rate. So let's go for it. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Rod Muir. As I said before, Rod, if you could come up. Take a seat, Rod. Come up and take a seat. He will not do it. Oh, look at him. No. It's not going to happen. Do you turn on your mic?
I simply have too much respect for the individual sitting in this room. I don't see you as one person. I see you as representing 60,000 residents. I'm standing in front of nearly 500,000 people right now, and you wonder why I'm so terrified. You see a lot of me, and you're going to see a lot more. But please understand, I take no joy in standing here. It's a terrifying experience. My hands are sweating. You can hear my voice is shaking. I've had a knot in my stomach for the past week. It's not easy standing here, but somebody has to speak truth to power, as the old saying goes. Somebody has to. I'd like to take just a brief moment to correct comments I made at my last presentation. Yes, clearly I'm frustrated. But we all know what we need to do, and just like the tolls, all we keep doing is studying the problem over and over and over again without taking any action. As I've contended, we've let study become a substitute for action. Councillor Moser, who is not here, I had hoped to clarify a point that he made about staff looking at the expansion of Green Lane. They are not. I have sought clarification from staff. They are not seeking to increase Green Lane. However, I stand by what I was told, that Green Lane can easily be expanded. And we're wasting our time looking at all these other alternatives. I'd like now to speak specifically about the report that's in front of you. But before I do, you're letting diversion, the quickest, cheapest, and easiest means of diverting your waste and achieving sustainability, you're letting it slip through your fingers. Councillor Lee, I took the streetcar down here this morning. It cost me $3. It got me one trip, one way for one person in my household. All of the blue box that my family generates in an entire week is dealt with for about $1. All of the recycling for a week for $1, one trip, one way on the subway, $3. Again, you're not going to find a more inexpensive, quicker, and cheaper or easier means of achieving sustainability. You've asked and been told about Blue Box compliance. What you haven't been told is the capture rate is down. It plunged 12% during the strike of '09 and remains 5% below, even despite the increased attention to apartments. We are collecting less Blue Box material than we used to. What you also have not been told is what's happened now with the introduction of these large carts. And this is now, I spend a lot of time at trade shows. I just came back from Waste Expo, the large American show in the US in Las Vegas, and the big topic of conversation was the mistake that's being made by introducing these big blue boxes. They're becoming a garbage can for people. And it's my understanding that over a third of the material put into a Toronto Blue Box is in fact garbage. So you've asked for compliance. There's participation and then there's proper participation. You've been asked for and been told about participation / compliance. What you haven't been told today, Blue Box is down, plunged after the strike, continues to be down 5%, and you've got a residual rate of 35%. I'd encourage you to look into these, the information I present you, see if in fact it's true, and if it does, I encourage you, of course, to take corrective action. Thank you very, very much for your time and attention this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Muir.
Councillor Holiday.
We do have some tools that we can take action on, and they're quite powerful, actually, and we learned this after the last budget process. When we change the rates for our bins, I believe that they have there's a change in habit. Would your advice be to make the cost of disposing garbage for residents or the gray bin more or less? And more obviously encourages people to comply better and put more into the recycling bin to make sure that they sort through their garbage, because you're constrained in size and you're constrained in cost. The flip side of the coin is that if it becomes so expensive to throw your garbage out, people tend to cheat and they begin to put garbage into the recycling bin, keep their fingers crossed that no one catches them. What would your advice be, to go one way or the other way?
Councillor, you've ignored a third way, which is encouragement. I have stood here and listened to this argument in Toronto and across North America for 15 years, and there is never a conversation that occurs without somebody bringing up the old chestnut education. We really got to be educating people. But you know, in the end, I see dick being done. Nothing. Where is the encouragement? It's hot. It's getting hotter. People want to, they want to do more. We need to be encouraging them to do more. Coming at them with sticks all the time just doesn't work. They resent it, and as you say, they find a way around it. Yep. We need to be doing a lot more to encourage people. And Councillor, if we can get them to eat at McDonald's, we should be able to get people to do just about anything. And this is the easy one. You bought it separately, you consumed it separately, you had it separate in your hand. All we're asking you to do is flick your wrist. We need to be, the punitive enforcement price side of it,
Okay.
there's a balance, but you're totally ignoring the other side of the coin. And why aren't we encouraging people?
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I do appreciate it.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions from outside councillors? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the report. Just so I understand it, the table on page 5, these are simply 311 complaints. Is that correct? These are not the same as the blitz on commercial areas. So,
Madam Chair, yes, that's correct.
and of these 870 and 330, do we have an additional 2 months for this year? No?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, actually, I had the numbers run yesterday, and unfortunately, I don't have the violations, but I have the stats on our complaints to date. We've received 8,275 complaints.
Oh, that number isn't anywhere in here.
These are the stats that I had run from our IBMS system.
Okay, it's just, it's not a number that's used in the 311?
No, unfortunately.
Analysis.
Yeah, that is correct. So these,
Okay.
the numbers I'm referring to would also involve proactive inspections that were done by our officers as well. So
Okay, well, that's what's on
Blend.
the second page, on page 6, the bottom of page 5 and top of page 6. You've combined them then? Okay, well, I won't be able to understand them combined. So if I understand this correctly, you have responded to MLS complaints, and you've also been proactive with blitzes in the commercial areas only at this point. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and your report also says that you are beginning to develop a plan for the multi-use or multi-residential buildings for a more proactive approach.
Yes, we've been meeting with solid waste to address the issues with respect to the multi-residential areas.
Okay.
And we have been proactively going out and doing everything we can to get them to come into compliance.
So how many buildings are still not participating? It says that there's a list of outstanding buildings that have yet provided MLS with their order forms.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's about 145 or so that are outstanding at this point. So we're just
145 of how many?
of 4,500 roughly.
Okay.
And we're just finishing up on, we've done the final discussion, so now the decision is, do we end the service from those, or is there nothing more that we can do to convince them to participate in the organics program?
And then what happens?
They would be cut off from city service.
Okay, and then they just get private haulers and do whatever they want, because the province doesn't enforce.
That would be up to them, yes, to find a private hauler.
Okay. So this annual enforcement and communications plan that is referenced on page 7 and 8, will we, where you're setting tracking measures and performance metrics you're going to establish for diversion in multi-residential buildings? Is that just for multi-residential buildings?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's correct. Our focus is now on getting the diversion up from the multi-residential, so we want specific strategies there to improve diversion.
And how will you report this out? The metrics and the plan?
Through you, Madam Chair, we haven't contemplated that. I think the results are really to be shown in the improved diversion rates, so that's our big indicator of moving up from 26% diversion.
How are we measuring diversion rates in multi-residential buildings?
We measure based on the truck deliveries and what's diverted, so the diversion rate at the end of 2014 was 26%.
By building, you measure by building?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, by the truck deliveries. It's not measured on an individual.
How are we going to actually measure by building and create some kind of measure to know how well how should that building be doing considering the number of residents? And how are they performing? Is there no measure of that?
Okay, you're over, so last question.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's the type of thing that we're working on, is how do we bring the larger numbers to the individual building level. So the condo corporation that we heard from last meeting, they're really a model of how we can do these things. So if we can get the buildings to measure what they're setting out in combination, what we're seeing at the end, combination of waste audit. So it's a number of ways that we are working on to develop these strategies to improve the diversion for multi-res.
Okay, Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It was mentioned just now that when we increase the rates for residual garbage, did we see a change in behavior that people would put more of the non-recyclables into recyclable just to escape having to pay extra?
Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Muir refers back to historical times, so we haven't gone back and looked at those kind of things in our reviews. but we haven't seen much of a shift that people had the choice at the outset of the program to pick the bin size that best suited them. So we haven't seen much of an impact there, and we haven't seen much of a change in the diversion rates so far as a result of the fee increases that we saw this year.
Okay. When somebody has so much recyclables that the lid is half open, do we still pick them up?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we do, and we encourage the clear bags to be set out beside the bins as well if you have that much. But certainly, if you have a bin that's really full, please call us. It's no charge to get an extra bin, and that way it's easier to collect as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor McMahon?
Thank you very much. So with single-family homes, how are we really monitoring that collection to see that there's no recycling in the garbage, things like that? If it's just a one driver and the bin's being flipped in, how can we fully monitor that?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is challenging with a bin-based system that the driver, it's an automated system, so the driver really doesn't know what's in there. So a couple of things there. We rely on the education. We do audits and reviews at our receiving facilities to see if there's problematic routes. The route supervisors also check the routes to see if there's something going on out there and work with the drivers. And we also do waste audits as well. So that helps us to identify materials that we're not capturing, or things that people are not understanding that, wow, I didn't know that this particular item shouldn't go in the blue box. So if in doubt, check the waste wizard. Don't just put it in your green bin or your blue bin.
Great. And then, not to go back to the dynamic duo at Malvern Condo, but Doug and Princely and their fantastic demonstration. So are we able to tap into their collective genius and their initiative that they did, their experience, and have them, connect them with other condos, or, have them share and mentor, share their information and experience and mentor others?
Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely. And we have already had them come and speak to the workshops that we run for property owners, multi-res property owners, and they've offered to do that, and I suggest that we do some tours as well. I know in the past you were looking for the model building, and staff have looked, and this is pretty much it. So Rob will be setting up a tour on that for members of Public Works Committee, and certainly they're the best ambassadors for us to show that it's really not that difficult on the property owner's end, and we really need to drive that message out there.
Great. Look forward to that. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll move to speakers. Any outside councillors who would like to speak? Go ahead, Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much for this report. I have been quite moved recently by the results of the first audit. It's astounding, really, when you see that despite all of our efforts over the last how many years in terms of diversion, that we still have, I think it's 72% of residential homeowners and 82% of multi-residential dwellings of materials in their bins that could be diverted. So one of our priorities has got to be, the most cost-effective strategy has got to be as well to increase the amount of diversion at source, and that means at people's homes and in apartment buildings. And one of those strategies has got to be enforcement. It is mandatory to participate. If it's mandatory to participate, education is obviously one of the key strategies, but in the end, if people are not participating in the program, there have to be consequences. And the report is beginning, I think, identifies that we're beginning to tackle that strategy in the multi-residential dwellings, which is good. We've now got bins out in looks like about 95% of all buildings. But now we've got to get people to really participate and to make sure that building owners and superintendents, like the one that was here last meeting, are taking this seriously and are really going to begin to divert. We need them to divert. So the motion that I hope that Councillor Lee will move on my behalf is to have a report back on this new communication and annual enforcement report that you say you're developing here, and I think it's great. We want to understand, I know I want to understand how we're making improvements, how are we measuring compliance in buildings. And the other thing, to continue to do these proactive blitzes in multi-residential buildings is also something we have to pursue, and I see that's part of the plan, which is great. But the other nut to crack, as Councillor McMahon pointed out, are individual residential properties. And we are now using automated bins where that driver doesn't even see what's coming out of that bin. He or she, probably most likely he, is just hooking up that truck and dumping it. And you don't even have the compliance peer pressure that comes from clear bags or some other municipalities using clear bags. And I know we're not going back to clear bags for a whole bunch of reasons. Maybe we can have clear bins. Because no one really knows what's in those bins. Now, there are other municipalities across North America who have hired people whose job it is to regularly go and inspect and do kind of pre-collection audits. Yeah, that would be a great job. And maybe we should be looking at some of those strategies so that we are also tackling the low diversion rate in single-family homes, which, if you look at that bag, it's 70-some-odd%, I believe, of materials that could be diverted that are still in our garbage stream. So anyway, again, thank you for the information. We still, I think, are at only the beginning of implementing the multi-residential strategy, and the blitzes and enforcement over the long term, I think, is something that's really important, and education.
Okay, any other speakers? Seeing none. Where'd Councillor Lee go? I thought he had a motion, your motion. Councillor Moser's going to take carriage of it? Oh, you would like to speak? Oh, no, we have a lot to get through still, so I think we should just, Councillor Moser said he'd take carriage of it. If the clerks could put it on the screen. There we go. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Did everybody have time to read it? I think it's fine. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. And do we have to do anything as amended or adopt? No. Okay, we have to go back to item 1 quickly just to adopt the staff recs as amended. So all those in favor, opposed, that carries. All right, we're going to move on to the next item. We have speakers for it, and that's PW 8.3, solid waste collection. And our first speaker on that is Rod Muir. Welcome, Rod. Welcome back.
I'll be very brief in my remarks and speak to you somewhat rarely as a homeowner of the City of Toronto, 138 Garden Avenue. I live on a one-way street, and there are a lot of one-way streets in this city. I would imagine there are 500,000 single-family homes. I'd estimate maybe as many as 200,000 of those are on one-way streets. What I've always found odd is that a truck has to pass up my street twice, because I understand there's a rule in place that says they can only collect from one side of the street on one pass and from the other side of the street on the other pass. I wish I'd taken a photograph of it, but my street is no wider than this horseshoe. It has on-street parking continuously, which takes up this amount of space, and there's about so much amount of space for a truck. The point is, no car can drive around the truck on either side. Yet this rule exists. I assume it's for a safety reason that they can only collect from one side of the street for the other. To me, on one-way streets, it's just nonsensical. And if you want to look at a way of improving efficiency of collection, I'd certainly suggest you have a good long look at this. Why on narrow one-way streets where no one can pass the truck do we require that a truck make 2 passes, taking twice the amount of time, because they can only collect from one side of the street or the other? I hope the situation's clear. I hope my question's clear. If it's not, I do welcome questions. But those are the extent of my comments to this particular item this morning. Thank you, as always, for your time and attention.
Any questions? Thank you. We're good. All right. And
Thank you.
Karen Buck, you're up next. Karen?
Right, how many times have I stood on my street and said, why is the truck coming twice? Because we have a street, Ludi Avenue, where year-round parking is dedicated just to one side of the street. The other side is free, and there's not the congestion of picking up bins through the parked cars. And there's a sidewalk on both sides. If bins are out on both sides of the street, it's very difficult as a pedestrian to actually go up and down the sidewalk as well. So I'm saying, yes, let's do the one side of the street approach. And especially on my street, let's put all the bins on the side where parking does not take place. And let's clear up the sidewalks and get it done so that we reduce fuel use and pollution on my street. Thank you.
Thank you. There's many different circumstances. We've got winter. We've got some sidewalks are much more narrow than other sidewalks. Some neighbors get along well, others don't. So how do we take all of these situations into account? If a neighbor brings over a bin, they may not put it in the exact spot where we would like to see it. Well, and then you have vehicles that park illegally. Then we have snow removal as part of the overall process, clearing sidewalks. So how do we take all this into account? Should we do an individual evaluation of every particular street, whether it makes sense or not?
When I look at the garbage truck moving through our neighborhood, it obviously has a path that they've thought it out. They've thought their route out so that it meshes together. I think it's just another one of those parts of figuring out the route. And if a street can be done in one go, then I think that should be a part of that route planning. And I can't imagine that there isn't route planning for every garbage route that there is in the city. And on my street, I don't see a huge problem with winter or summer or the use of the road or the sidewalks. I think it would be an advantage, actually.
Well, we have many streets where the situation is
Right, so
different.
I think
We
that-
have narrow sidewalks.
Yeah.
We still have to clean them during the winter. If the other 2 bins get put on there,
And I think, when you're designing a route, you take into consideration where you can do efficiencies and where you can't, and the drivers know what they're going to do on that route, just like a bus driver knows what his route is all about. So I think the
Do you think we
garbage,
should have to evaluate every street based on certain circumstances?
well, I think they already are. I think that route is already taking into consideration one-way streets, two-way streets, parking, and it's been planned to try to be as efficient as possible. So let's just make it another thing that if the collection trucks and the collection route can be simplified and made more cost-effective, then why not make that a part of route planning?
Is that it? Okay. Now we are going to move to outside councillors. Any questions for outside councillors? Councillor Davis?
I just wondered if you could comment on this proposal.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have had requests like this in the past, and we do have some concerns about implementing something along these lines. We already do a lot of review of the efficiency of our collection routes. First and foremost, safety is about our business, so that is a huge concern about having residents cross the street, having our drivers interfacing with traffic, and so that's a big consideration of what we do. So we do have some concerns about it, also with the diversity of the streetscape that we have across the city in implementing something like this. And it would take a little bit of time to do this review to come up with some options as well.
You think there are options? Is that what you're saying?
Through you, Madam Chair, it would take us time to review the options, and certainly safety is the #1 consideration when we would review. Are there any circumstances where we could safely do this for the drivers or for the residents?
So the recommendation says you are to go and look at whether or not this is feasible, and then if it's feasible, the report shall propose, Councillor Holiday, shall propose a pilot project. So you're suggesting, I think the suggestion here is that that would be the first step. Is that something you think is workable? In some areas of the city, maybe it's workable, in others it's not.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's something we'd have to review and report back. I can't say either way at this time.
Okay. Just on this question of on-street parking and picking up on both sides or not both sides, you do not use you do not use one-driver trucks where there is parking on the street. Is that correct?
We are moving towards that, but currently in your particular ward, the trucks we have a split rear packer right now, so they're two-person trucks.
How would you do one-person trucks where there are cars parked? And the operators have to pull the bins out?
Correct. That's exactly what they would do. They'd bring it to the vehicle and load it that way.
So you would have one driver actually going out, moving the bins, and then hooking up and getting back in?
Correct.
How efficient is that?
Most of the industry is going that direction.
Have you measured, or have you done studies that measure the efficiency of these various collection techniques? Using two people on a truck versus one person on a truck with just a lifter, automated lifter?
We have, Councillor.
Okay. I'd love to see it. Thank you.
We're in committee now, so Councillor Holiday, do you have questions? No? Councillor Moser, go ahead.
I think this is an interesting idea, but when I look at it from a practical perspective, my first question is Winter. I have across from me a very lovely lady. She's 75, 80 years old, just barely makes it to the curb. And if she had to bring it across the street during winter, I don't know if she would make it, especially if you have deep ruts and depending on the status of the street. Would you look at alternating, 30 days one side, 30 days the other side? I'm looking at it from a practical perspective of, all these particular issues. We have sidewalks that are narrower on some streets. The bin just barely makes it. If the neighbor comes across and quickly throws it over, depending where they put it, will we put a circle on the sidewalk where they have to put it? I'm just looking at it from that perspective.
Through you, Madam Chair, those are some of the things that we would have to work through and consider. So there are a number of challenges associated with it, as you've identified. I should mention for folks that do need assistance, we do have you can apply for the side door collection service as well. So that would continue to be an option.
I'm sorry, what was the last? I didn't hear that.
If for individuals who have difficulties bringing their bins out, we have a side door collection service that you can apply for.
Sorry. I was eating a banana. I shouldn't admit that. Any other, Councillor Holyday has some questions. I forgot about you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if the general manager could elaborate a little bit on the side door collection service. I admit I only learned of that fairly recently in preparing some of the motions, but very quickly you said that the residents can apply to have the waste collected from their side door. But could you just elaborate a bit more on the details and how somebody goes and accesses that service? And if that would work along with some of the proposals in this motion?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have about 2,000 locations across the city where we provide this service currently, and it's an application process. So all you need to do is call 311 and inquire about it, and then your application is reviewed on an annual basis, and it applies to those that need assistance, including persons with disabilities. So it applies to all of the services that we currently provide. So we wouldn't foresee any changes to that, regardless of changes that we made to a collection system.
So if I understand it right, if I have difficulty getting my waste container to the end of my driveway or onto the curb for, a medical reason, or I've got a disability, I can request the city look at my case, and if I qualify, someone on waste collection day will go up to the side of my house and get the container instead of me struggling to get it down to the roadside.
That's correct.
Okay, and if the study were to turn out that one-sided collection could work, that we could simply extrapolate that service for those with disabilities or the seniors that qualify for the program, that the waste container would just simply be put in the appropriate place rather than the end of the driveway.
Through you, Madam Chair, we also know the locations where we currently provide the service.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to move now to speakers. Any speakers outside councillors who would like to speak? Councillor, go ahead, Councillor Moser. You have a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm reluctant when I look at the challenges that we have, and I think winter is probably the one that stands out the most, is windrows. We clear windrows at the end of the driveways. So if you look at how much room, when we have a lot of snow, I have trouble getting my bins out, exactly where to put them. So in a practical sense, I don't want to put expectations out there that this will work. We have so many different situations in Toronto where I can think of the parking issue, clearing the sidewalk issues. I don't want to put expectations out there that, on this particular issue. I just think there's so many challenges. When I think of my neighbor across the street trying to bring their bin across towards mine, or it may be that we have a 30-day one side, 30-day the other side, I don't know, that I may be taking it across to her all the time, depending on what the situation is. So I think those challenges are substantial. And if we're to say all of a sudden that we do this pickup on the side, I don't know how much that would increase as part of the overall process. I don't mind looking at new things, but this one is just, I think the challenges are just so great. I can't see how this is going to work. So I'm not going to vote for proceeding with this.
Okay, Councillor Holyday has a motion and would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to append item 3. So 1 and 2 are the original recommendations. You've seen them in your packages. And the third simply is to, because I realize they're parallel processes, to integrate any preliminary findings in this study into the waste plan, the long-term waste management strategy. And in fact, in reading that strategy in the appendix, I think it was page 8 of one of the appendices, about a third of the way down the page, it turns out a resident actually suggested this very thing. And it came out after I had prepared this motion, and I promise it wasn't me. And the other thing I've done is I've changed the time frame to Q4 2016 in discussion with staff. There is a bit of work in this, and I'd like to give them some time to think it through. But I just wanted to speak very briefly about the motion. It's an idea, and that's all it is right now, is an idea with great potential. We've got 500,000 pickup points in this city. And we've got very large areas of the city that include Etobicoke, that include North York, that include Scarborough. And I've left out the downtown because I think most of us know that, although we'll look at it, it may not be very feasible in some of the inner core areas to try to rearrange bins. But, you know, on my street, there are no cars parked on the side, and the right-of-ways are quite wide. And it would be a minimal change in effort for me to roll my bin across the road or to ask my neighbors to do it vice versa. And I think what I'm suggesting in this report is a very open approach to it. You know, is it just the green bin we do this with? Is it green and recycling? Is it green, recycling, and gray? There's a lot of iterations. We do have that joy of the bin system in Toronto, which offers a bit of flexibility. And we would be remiss as a council in not exploring options. In this case, Councillor Moser has alluded to, it is a bit more complex, but with complexity comes great return. And you know, we spend tens and 20s and 30s of millions of dollars on waste collection every year. If we saved $1 million on this, that may pay itself right back. The flip side are the other benefits to it. We've got potentially environmental savings. We've got less fuel burn. We've got less wear and tear on our trucks. Imagine that, just simply making one pass instead of two. And of course, those financial savings that we're talking about. You know, respect to winter as well. It's another thing that should be looked at in the report. It's possible that maybe this is not recommended during the most winter months where there's snow, but that's, you know, generally December, January, maybe February. What about the other 9 months of the year where this could work? We do seasonal collection on yard waste. Those are already timed benchmarks that could trigger something. But I think at the end of the day, we have that duty as a council is to always ask questions and challenge a process that we've been doing over and over again the same way for many decades. And to have a report back, despite the effort, I think is wise investment and is questions that we should be asking. And for that reason, I ask my colleagues to support this and allow me to ask those questions and continue to be open-minded about what the results are back. And even if there's something small that we glean out of the report, it may be time well spent at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other speakers on this item? Sorry, we're just trying to, I think the suggestion is to refer this to the general manager of, refer the motion to the general manager of solid waste management. That's what's being proposed. Okay. So, Councillor Holyday, what the suggestion is to refer the item to the general manager and your motions. Refer it to the general manager of solid waste management. Are you comfortable with that? And your motions? Yeah, it's the committee's decision.
I'm okay to refer item 3, there's no problem. My request is for a report on it. With the referral, I understand that doesn't necessarily mean a report back to this committee.
So, are you comfortable, Councillor, with adopting the first 2 and then referring the third, or?
I am,
You are?
thank you.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to be supporting Councillor Holyday's motion because I think it's something that we can pursue to see if it's feasible. I think there's a lot of bumps and obstacles with trying to achieve this, and it's very complex, probably much more complex than any of us would ever believe. It would certainly have a big impact on our operational systems, but I'm happy to review this. So what we're going to do is the motion is before you. We're going to break this down as to 1 and 2 is being adopting and the third being referred to the general manager. So I'll do it one at a time. So the first one is the report request on the feasibility of changing how we collect solid waste in certain areas of the city. All those in favor? So Anthony, where are you at there? Okay, so Councillor Lee, 1, 2, 3. So that carries. Number 2, and that's related to it's before you, so I won't read it out. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4 votes. And number 3, to refer, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4 votes. Do you want to say against? I make the assumption when people don't put their hand up, they're against. Do you think that's... Do you want me to ask? Let's go back. Let's go back and... Would you like a recorded vote, Councillor Perruzza? Oh, okay. Okay, let's start at the very beginning then. So number 1, to adopt. All those in favor? Opposed? 2 opposed. All those in favor for number 2? 4 opposed. Councillor McMahon and Councillor Moser opposed. And number 3, to refer this. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. And opposed? Councillor McMahon and Councillor Moser, 2. Just as we thought. Well, there we go. Well, I think we all made the assumption, but anyway, we'll be sure to be clearer in the future. All right, let's move on. There's nothing else we need to do on that item, so that's a wrap. We're going to move on to 8.4, Board of Health decision, pedestrian and safety, or cyclist safety. And we do have a speaker on this item, that is Hamish, followed by David Stewart, who doesn't appear on your sheets. Go ahead, Hamish.
Yes, good morning again. In many ways, just to be positive, this report is pretty darn good in many ways. I'd like to particularly read out something from the executive summary. Where did I see this? Something about speed. Road type and speed also play a role in the occurrence of a collision. For example, collisions that result in pedestrian and cyclist injury or death most frequently occur on roads with higher posted speed limits, like major and minor arterial roads. So speed is definitely an issue. And to go back to something that I helped with in 1994, I guess it was, trying to find room for bike lanes on Spadina when it was being rebuilt. It was wide enough for an expressway, but not enough for bike lanes. There was something, a little image that was put in about the reaction time and distance traveled at 30 kilometers in an hour if a young child darts out between a parked car and a higher speed limit of 60 kilometers in an hour, and I know it's going to be uphill to move from zero vision where you've been to vision zero, but lower speed limits and lower speeds definitely make a difference, including the reaction time. The faster you go, if you take another half second to actually react to a child darting out, you travel in a much greater distance. So lower speeds are very important for everybody's safety. So in terms of where we're at here with this particular report, I do have some issues in that I think there's a couple of gaping holes in it. Specifically, let me show again these crash stats that indicate a pretty consistent pattern of harm and crash to cyclists on the main east-west roads. And I don't think this was in the core, and I don't think this was really reacted to, so we don't need the information so much as we need the activity and the actions and the doing. And it's especially, there are two things that are important with this particular set of crash stats that go over 30 years or so. And you can see at the bottom there that Bloor is up here, Queen is there, and that's over 4 years, so it looks a little bit more pressing. When you overlay the bike plan, we have done better at doing the north-south than we have the east-west. So we have a really significant issue with the east-west movement of cyclists. And specifically in the west end of the city, we have like a fairly major hole where we don't have the options of side streets to take. The road grid is rather fractured. So that's a huge issue for actually doing things, because there are like 40,000 people in that area, perhaps more. We have 100,000 people taking the Queen and the King Street streetcars. We need to be thinking of having bikeways and bikes actually function as transit relief. That's part of why I've been pushing Bloor Street, especially in the West End. It's for the benefit of transit. If you make room on transit, you can actually make people perhaps take transit instead of cars. So that's a huge issue. Another one is that these crash stats don't include the harms from the streetcar track crashes. And that's very significant. Going back to Public Works 19.11 from 2012, streetcar tracks and cyclist safety, within page 5, I guess it was, a study indicated that about a third of the harms to in hospital visits were from streetcar tracks. So it's a huge issue in terms of severe injuries, and these are not counted in those crash stats, which I think is a gaping hole, real chasm. You know, that's the sort of thing that happens often when you get into core cycling. This is on Queen Street. Road construction, perhaps the cities, has forced the city or forced the cyclists to take the streetcar tracks at a rather severe angle. You're almost out of time. How, my goodness, it scuds so quickly. So we need to actually really do things rather than just have this for information. That's why Bloor Street is the best. I've also, in the paper that I hope you got yesterday, I had a set of suggested motions that we actually move on this stuff, starting with Bloor. I wish I had the time to read it all out, but we don't. But there's things that we need to do. You were warned in 2001. You were warned in 2001 by ARC that there are significant hazards and liabilities for King, Queen, College, and Dundas. It's overdue. We have to actually start
Any
saving
questions?
people's.
No questions from committee. Thank you very much. David Stewart. Hello, welcome, David. You just grab a chair and push on the button so we can hear you. The microphone's in front of you. And your time is going to begin now.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for allowing me the last minute able to address the topic to you. You have heard from other delegations regarding two vulnerable road users, in other words, cyclists and pedestrians. One item that has not been discussed, I believe, for many, many years inside the City of Toronto, and certainly in Public Works, that I have seen as a resident of Toronto, are motorcycles. Motorcycles are recognized nationally and internationally as a vulnerable road user. At this present time, Toronto is sitting a record number of motorcycle fatalities of 7 this year, equaling 2 years ago. The year prior to that, their motorcycles increased, the deaths increased 300%. Nothing was done about motorcycle safety. I was a police officer in Toronto for over 30 years, concentrating on traffic safety, motorcycles being the primary one. I'm a member of both national organizations in the country. I've represented the country in the World Federation of Motorcycle Safety in the FIM. I've been researching motorcycle collisions, starting off with Toronto in 1982, and continued that work through until very, very recently in depth, but lacked it in the last couple of years. I lapsed it once I retired from the service a little bit. However, I see a need for something to be done inside of Toronto, and certainly I think I have some expertise to be able to help you as a committee to make our roads safer for motorcycle riders. I, as a rider, acknowledge that sometimes the riders are at fault. 40%, maybe a little bit more. I know the factors. I know what can be done. I know there's something in engineering. I know there's something in enforcement. And I know there's something in education. And I think that the city is lacking in some of that. I've spoken to some of the key players in law enforcement, in the Ministry of Transport and other places, and there is a room that work can be done. There's no mention here really as far as the motorcycle riders, and as short, I would encourage this committee to endorse motorcycles as being vulnerable to road users and to be included in your road safety plan for the future. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you for your deputation. I realize that you would be a motorcycle specialist, but I'm going to take a general question and put it on motorcycles. One of the recommendations from the medical officer of health is reducing posted speed limits. And I would put to you that what was left off was the comma, and it should say where warranted. But from a motorcyclist perspective, what do you think about, blanket application of a 30-kilometer-an-hour speed limit? Do you think a motorcyclist could technically adhere to that, sort of move the motorcycle that slow? And do you think it's practical to make streets 30 kilometers an hour, whether or not, and I suspect you understand the warrant process and the evaluation that they go through to figure out where we should put a 30K zone?
I can only I'll speak personally, not as a representative of any particular group. On a personal basis, technically, of course, you can ride at 30 kilometers an hour. You can ride at 130, but only in a racetrack.
Okay.
But as far as being practical, motorcycles are much narrower than cars, have two wheels. They can be ridden at that there. Am I personally in favor of 30 kilometers per hour? I think in some areas of the city it is. But if you talk about Kingston Road, as Councillor Moser is talking about, 6-lane roadway, impractical, totally impractical. And as a police officer, I understand that there are, or an ex-police officer, I should say, I know there's areas in cities that do warrant 30 kilometers per hour.
Okay.
But as a general basis, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, while I agree that motorcycles should make up part of the mix, I just wanted to get a sense from you. What kind of things would you like to see as part of the road safety strategy when it comes to the two-wheel, everything from e-bikes to I don't know, the heavier motorcycles?
Well, I think as probably most people in this room are aware, there's three functions of road safety: engineering, education, and enforcement. And without any one of those three, you're not doing a proper road safety program. So you have to address it each way. And as far as enforcement is concerned, that's straightforward. Education, you can do it through personal, between person, rider to rider. In the continent, in Europe, and some places like Sweden and France, there's interactions between police and motorcycle riders on a regular basis. And there's even days whenever the police take them to racetracks and open up a racetrack and let the riders see that it's safe to ride at speed on that racetrack, but it's not for the roadway. That's been endorsed in several countries. Engineering-wise, the recent fatality on Queen Street was a motorcycle rider, and I don't know all of the details, but it appears the motorcycle may have lost control near a streetcar track. Well, maybe there's something there that educationally riders should be reinforced with education about using streetcar tracks being near them. There are different aspects, and I think it's multifaceted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to move into committee. I'm just going to give everybody, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Lee. David, would you come back? Councillor Lee asked to speak to you, and I forgot to mention it. So Councillor Lee has a question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Sorry for the, just when you was asking about e-bikes, do you think e-bike riders should also be licensed?
I think it should be a topic of a conversation, both by council and by police services, yes.
Okay. And because even bicycles, I get the people coming and saying that, you know, they are using the roads, so they should be aware of the rules of the roads as well. So that's why I'm asking the question about e-bikes, because right now, even the vehicles themselves don't have a license.
One of the biggest factors I see when I move around the city, and I live Broadview Danforth, is non-compliance of the helmets by e-bike riders. And it's absolutely no use to them if they come off that e-bike. And the speeds they're traveling at, guaranteed to have head injuries.
I think maximum speed is 32 kilometers an hour.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to let committee know, just because we're about close to less than an hour, that we've got 6 items still left on the agenda and lots of speakers. And we can't extend through lunch because of the waste management event that's happening. So I just wanted to make everybody aware of that. And we'll proceed. And Councillor Perruzza, would you like to ask questions or speak? Yeah, I know you have a motion. Councillor Perruzza has a motion, so can he, is that all right if he goes ahead with that? Okay. Do you want to put that on the screen?
Sure, Madam Chair. The motion is there. It's self-evident. It basically asks our staff to include motorcyclists as part of any road user safety strategy that moving forward, and they should be considered. But I wanted to speak to that briefly, but I also more generally wanted to speak to the safety strategy and the report that's before us. Is that okay? Or can I just move to do that, or? You're right, I jumped in ahead. I don't know if there's anybody who wants to ask any questions of staff. No? No? I cleared that. Okay, sure. So, Madam Chair, I'm happy to move the motion. As someone who walks, rides a bicycle extensively, I've actually done the city circuit several times as part of the city fundraising campaign. Well over 100 kilometers. It's actually really interesting to see the city on your bicycle through that 100-kilometer ride. And as a motorcyclist, somebody who also uses a motorcycle quite extensively, I can tell you that all 3 folks, you know, we're always vulnerable to road issues. I'll give you an example for on the bike. With a staff of mine, we went across the street. We put our credit card in the rental kiosk, and we got one of the city bikes. And the purpose for us getting those bikes was to go and check out some of the new bike lanes that have been installed in and around the city, some of the separated lanes, some of the elevated lanes. And we were riding on, I think it was, what is it, Adelaide is where the new bicycle lanes have gone in. They're quite nice. So we were riding there, but there was a little stretch where that link hadn't been made, and we drifted out onto the road. And I can tell you this fellow with a woman sitting next to him, there was me and Matthias, and starts yelling out the window how we needed to get out of his way and how we needed to move to closer to the curb. And I told the guy that basically we weren't in the middle of the road, but we had every right to the lane, because a bicycle has every right to the lane. But a lot of drivers out there have no clue. They have no clue whatsoever that if you're on a bicycle, you should be riding in the gutter You know, on those little rocks that accumulate between the curb and the paved portion of the road. That's where you should be, and they have the right to basically have their right side mirror brush up against your arm or your handlebar. That's what they believe. And that's what a lot of folks out there know. And we need to, I don't know how we change that, but we need to figure out how to change that. And educate some of those folks on what, and the rights of both cyclists and motorcycle users. And again,
time's
a
up.
motorcycle, same thing, Madam Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Sure. I'm hoping.
So
that
I
people
just
would
want to,
support
the
motion.
intent was just to receive this. It's a Board of Health decision. We were just intending to receive it. By moving this motion, then it becomes active, and then suddenly we're going to council, we're generating another report. So I just want to bring that to council's committee's attention. Our staff are really, if you look at the number of reports that they need to generate, and people complain that they're not seeing the reports on time or in the quarter that they'd like to see it, this is part of the reason why. So the intent was just to receive this.
So what you're saying, Madam Chair, is that basically staff is too busy to consider motorcycle safety?
No, what I'm saying is the intent of this being before us is just to receive it because it came from the Board of Health. And then once we start generating motions,
So you're saying that the Board of Health should have considered motorcycle, and because they didn't, we shouldn't be able to add it on at any point?
Okay. I've provided the procedural advice, and Councillor Holyday would like to speak.
Actually, Madam Chair, I might want to come back to that just so I understand correctly as well. We are simply receiving the medical officers of health report that's before us. I regret I didn't question Councillor Perruzza. I understand the intent, but I don't know or understand that the General Manager of Transportation Services is actually taking any action with the current proposal. It was the Board of Health report. So I know I'm out of order requesting a bit of elaboration on that, but I needed to understand what your intention is for the General Manager.
I'm happy to explain.
If you'll permit, Chair, the clarification of the motion.
Please.
I'm happy to explain. While there's a report before us from the Board of Health that's basically just simply been forwarded to us for information, I understand that the way it's tagged on the agenda, it says for information. So therefore, we receive it for information. But the Board of Health actually asks that our transportation staff, as they move forward on developing a road safety strategy, and it's our transportation staff that will do a lot of the thinking and a lot of the lifting around those issues, that they will be required to work with the Board of Health in that endeavor. I'm just simply saying, as the Works Committee, that one of the things that got omitted was motorcycles, and we should add that on. Simply that. It doesn't ask for another report. It just simply says that our staff should think about that as they develop their strategy, given that it's pretty uniform across the country that would be considered, right?
Is there a way to reword the motion so it's think about that?
Well, Madam Chair, if I could just interject.
Please.
So motorcycle safety is obviously something that everybody would be concerned, as we are concerned about pedestrian. All the other things, we've written reports on e-bikes. We're concerned about vehicular safety, of course. And that's a part of our duties. That's what we do. We will be taking these things into consideration as we have. And I'm just expressing a little frustration on the number of times we get directions to do things that we're already doing. And some expectation goes with that somehow we're coming back. I know that's not specifically asked for here. And I would appreciate if you just refer it to us. We're already taking this into account and not creating any additional work because, as the chair said, we have hundreds of reports that are coming to staff. We have a limited amount of capacity to develop reports. We are doing a lot of work. You see the work that we're doing. In fact, sometimes we're criticized for doing too much work and too many reports. And but just this constant set of motions on top of reports is very frustrating for staff in terms of their capacity to meet the expectations that are implied.
Oh,
City managers.
You can't speak, Councillor Perruzza.
No, it was just a reaction.
Yeah,
to-
Councillor Moser?
Madam Chair, I think we should receive a report on how many reports we're going to get. A lot of times that I vote against these, I look at the workload we have, and some of these things overlap the reports we're already in process. So as much as I'm aware that we want to do business here, we also have to do it efficiently. At some point, we should say, get a report if somebody moves a report, and the one that Councillor Holliday moved is going to be fairly substantial. We should get a report on saying, look, realistically, this is the staff time it takes. Realistically, it goes in order. It's going to be number 110 on 130 requests. So that's how we should do business.
Yes.
It should be a business-like approach.
Agreed.
So, Madam Chair.
No, you can't speak,
Madam
Councillor
Chair.
Perruzza.
Could I just
Deputy City
interject one more
Manager is
time?
going to clarify.
So we will bring forward, we'll have a list of the outstanding requests and reports. We've done this in some of the other committees. We'll have that available for the next meeting.
Okay. Do you want to pull your motion?
Here, well, let me.
Because
let
you
me-
heard what the
sure,
deputy
let
city
me
manager
say
said.
it
It's
another
already-
way.
it's already
My
being
motion
undertaken.
doesn't ask for report. I concede.
Yeah, okay,
to-
we're gonna- so
I concede
unfortunately,
to
we're gonna
Councillor
vote.
Moser's joyful wisdom on this, but my motion does not. If I have the deputy manager's word
Councillor-
that he will include motorcycles as part of the road safety strategy.
ahead,
going forward,
Councillor Lee.
I'm happy with that. I'll refer to him. Fine.
Okay,
I'm happy
have you
to
moved
refer to him.
the motion to refer this to General
Councillor Lee,
Manager
would you like to do that?
okay.
Councillor Lee would like
Yes.
to do that.
I'd like to refer that to, for consideration.
Yeah.
Okay?
No, exactly.
All right?
Okay, all
I mean,
those,
I'm voting this way, I'm doing this because similar to Councillor Moses, I mean, the deputy city manager is right, that many of these are really going on. You know, for us to give directions that will change what they're doing will be inefficient. Okay? You know, I got a lot of roads on my, in my area that I'd like to see, you know, to have studied first, but I'm not going ahead and asking for it because I know they're doing the work. So I don't want to impede their work. Okay, so I'm asking to refer this to, for consideration.
okay.
Chair, may I speak briefly?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I only want to say that I will, of course, support the referral and the clarification that we've just done. But I mentioned it before, Medical Officer of Health's recommendation 1A says reducing posted speed limits. And I would just like to say on record that I hope that that's interpreted where warranted. There is a big difference between changing speed limits wholesale and putting it to whatever limit is thought out and where it actually meets our standards and our benchmarks. To the point that I believe the general manager has stood up in council before and said that they don't necessarily have an effect when you just change a speed limit. And I will put to anyone that changing them artificially could even be counterproductive to safety because it encourages people then just to disobey them. So I think that's just a very important point I wanted to place on record that, that reducing speed limits are fine. It's as long as they are consistent with the standards that the city has and the rules that we follow to make sure that it is much safer. Thank you.
Okay, so just to be clear, though, crystal clear, we're not adopting it, we're receiving it, so no worries on that end. Okay, so we have the motion before us, Councillor Perrutz's motion, which now we're referring to staff. All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor Moser opposes it, and that carries. Let's move on to our next item, which... Oh, I'm sorry, and then yes, thank you. Now I need a motion to receive the item. Councillor Holliday, all those in favor? And opposed? Seeing none and opposed, it carries. We're going to move on to a PW 8.5 RFP for integrated pumping station. And we don't have any speakers on that. Oh, did we adopt that? I'm sorry, yes, we adopted that. So now we're PW 8.6 flushable wipes consultation. And we do have a speaker on this, it's Karen Buck. Karen? Okay.
the back of it, it says how to use it, when not to use it. And I think that whoever is looking after the labeling of products and the allowance of putting products on the market should be looking into things before we end up with a marketplace that is crammed with products that are being used the wrong way. So flushable wipes, I would not buy them myself, and I certainly would never, ever put them down the toilet. And I did have a neighbor who actually had a second floor flood and huge plumbing bill as a result of these flushable wipes. And I also realized that they're a problem for our larger sewer system, as they would be for septic systems. And I think it's really important that the people who are allowing these products into our marketplace know what the impacts of them are. So these, I agree with the report before us that, you know, we really want to make sure that flushable wipes don't end up plugging the sewer system and the sewage and affecting the sewage treatment. And sometimes there are endorsements. This one is endorsed by US EPA, although it's very difficult to read. But we should know if things are safe to put into our water as well as down our toilet. Anyway, so go ahead and do the education, whatever, but I think it's also good to work with governments who are putting these products into the marketplace about the problems that are being encountered so that they can think about it before they do something silly like this again. Hexavalent chromium in drinking water. Hexavalent chromium is a carcinogen to humans, and that was by the International Agency for Research in Cancer, which is a part of the World Health Organization. Compounds, on the other hand, of chromium-3 and metallic chromium were in group 3 and not carcinogenic. So all of these things are lumped together in that one measurement. I think it's important to measure the component of the carcinogenic chromium hexavalent species separate from the total chromium, because there have been analyses that show that nearly all the chromium in water samples was chromium-6. So you don't have any idea what the percentage is of the carcinogen and the non-carcinogens, and that's what I'm concerned about. And I do believe that the hexavalent chromium should be measured and looked at as a percentage of the whole total chromium. So I'm saying that I think that the regulation, the provincial regulation that Toronto Water follows, may not be adequate with health implications and health protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, any questions for staff? Visiting councillor first, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Mr. DiGeronimo, I just wanted to ask you, in your report, so these disposable wipes, how much does it cost Toronto Water on an annual basis to deal with? All in notices, and I know you made changes to the water bill, and
Industry.
there's been some lobbying going.
We don't have a specific cost for just dealing with flushable wipes, but we do have a program in place of dealing with anything that's put into sewers, so dental floss and other material that can cause problems, not only in the collection system, but the pumping, our sewage pumping stations. And we spend probably about $40,000 a year on communication and advertising that component. What we can't break out is the actual repair and maintenance costs associated with dealing with that problem. We do have a cost for repair and maintenance, but it's hard to distinguish between regular repair and what is caused by these materials going down our system.
All right. But you would consider these materials going down your system a serious concern?
Through you, Madam Chair, it is not only a concern for Toronto Water, but throughout North America. There is a Canadian estimate of the cost that these materials are costing municipalities, about $215 million across Canada. Anytime someone discharges from grease to dental floss or any materials that impact our system, there is a cost, not only for maintenance, but we also see it in impacts to homeowners because it can cause blockages in sewers, which then leads to basement flooding.
And thank you. City staff met with the Ontario Ministry of Environment and Climate Change about these, and my understanding is they just kind of put up their hands and said, not our jurisdiction, go see Industry Canada.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to have our manager who participated in this consultation speak.
Through you, Madam Chair, the Ministry of the Environment advised that the flushable wipes are not a toxic product or a toxic substance that they would regulate, but they agreed to provide us assistance in liaisoning with the Ministry of Government and Consumer Services when there's a standard available to continue doing outreach across the province, as they did recognize that it is an impact to many municipalities in terms of clogging their sewer system and their pumps.
Okay, and Industry Canada, I understand we've sent some correspondence to Industry Canada. Have they put any regulations in place or looking at doing? I understand, for example, in the U.S., the U.S. Federal Trade Commission has knuckled down on companies that are manufacturing disposable wipes.
Unfortunately, the federal government has advised until there is a formal standard in place that they can compare a product against, they will not create a regulation. So the group of Ontario municipalities called Municipal Enforcement Sewer Use Group is actively working on establishing an ISO standard.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ainsley asked some of my questions. But so since the MOECC is saying it's not related to environmental protection, the Ministry of Government and Consumer Services is the one to go to regulate these products, flushable wipes. Right?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, because the issue, if you draw the distinction, the issue is the labeling that's on the packaging.
Right.
Is instructing people to flush them down the toilet. We are saying that these are not flushable wipes. They should not be in that system. They should be handled in the solid waste management system. The Ministry of the Environment is concerned about the effluent that leaves our plant, and so that's why they referred us to the product, their product section, as well as the federal government that regulates the labeling and product development.
So when will we hear from the Ministry of Government and Consumer Services on when and if they are going to regulate these products?
Through you, Madam Chair, not until such time as the industry develops the standard. So that's why we're being proactive with other municipalities to develop a standard first. We have to do that. Once we agree on a standard, we can then approach the ministry to say we would like these standards promulgated and enforced. That's only when we can start getting the provincial government, the federal government involved, is once we agree to a standard.
So how long will it take us to agree to a standard realistically?
Through you, Madam Chair, we suspect it's going to take us probably to late 2016 to develop that standard.
So in the meantime, we're doing education. The MOECC is doing some outreach and education. We're doing outreach and education through Stratcom and a little bit of social media and our Live Green newsletters. But how about billboards or TTC ads? Are we doing any of that?
Through you, Madam Chair, we typically find that using billboards and TTC ads aren't as effective as getting it into the bills, and so we use those venues for some of our broader, larger campaigns like basement flooding, which affects a larger group. So we only have limited space for our advertising campaigns, and we prioritized the use of those media for our key campaigns, basement flooding and in particular, as opposed to this one, which is a smaller issue for us.
Okay, and then Nice Pack and Loblaws, I guess with their no-name products, they have agreed, looks like they've agreed already to relabel.
Through you, Madam Chair. Nice Pack was the example we gave was in the United States, and they were forced to change their labeling by the U.S. regulators. So in the U.S. are further ahead than we are in dealing with products. With respect to the company that's working with us in Toronto, they voluntarily are changing their package labeling based on the consultation we have, and we encourage other manufacturers to do the same.
So that's Loblaws.
That's correct.
Okay, fantastic, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move to speakers. Any speakers on this item? Councillor McMahon.
So I would just encourage councillors to put this out in their newsletter. It's a problem. Same as dental floss. Dental floss gets all tangled up in the gears, and I'm happy to bring you down to the beautiful perfume factory, Ashbridges-based sewage treatment plant, to see it for yourself. But nothing should be in that toilet except what came from you and toilet paper. So if we could just put this out in newsletters that flushable wipes are not flushable, that would help out a lot. I would argue for the planet, for our pocketbook, and for Toronto Water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and well put. So I would move to adopt that item. If that was okay with everybody, we'll move to adopt. All those in favor of adopting? And it's unanimous. It's a receive? Oh, it's a receive. It was, yeah, no, he was up way high. You just weren't looking. So we're voting to, I've been corrected. We're voting to receive it. So all those in favor? Opposed? That's unanimous. Did you see it, Anthony? Good, I'm glad. The next item is PW 8.7, traffic studies. We have no, oh no, we do have a deputation on this. We have Hamish. Okay, I'll put you on the list. Go ahead, Hamish.
Yes, I'll try and be brief here. I actually might have a point of agreement with Councillor Ford, believe it or not. But as we move from what I would see is mostly zero vision to vision zero, we need to have a lot of data. There's no doubt about it. So not, however, merely on the car traffic count. I think some of the things we need to get into is somehow measuring the weight of the vehicles that are passing through a neighborhood, also their speed in terms of how much they actually are doing, because with that combination of weight and speed, you can get a sense of the momentum of a vehicle. And it's the momentum and the speed that tend to create the extra harms for people and children. And so that's what we need to be measuring, just to really get a sense of how dangerous the traffic is to a community. In the Ecology of the Automobile book, the number one concern, environmental concern worldwide, was the traffic passing through a neighborhood. So it's a very important thing for communities to have a sense that the traffic that's passing through actually won't take out a child. It would also be fun to get into where the cars are coming from as well, whether or not they're neighborhood cars or cars that come from well beyond the neighborhood, in fact, from out of town. I don't know how we managed to do that. One aspect of things that might be interesting is if we had, say, a vehicle registration tax, being allowed to give out a sticker indicating this car was owned in Toronto, and along with that sticker having a couple of free parking ticket passes. But we have a lot of car traffic that passes through from out of town. About 300,000 cars come in, apparently, from out of our borders every day. So yes to more detail, but different types of detail.
Any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none?
Yes, one.
Oh, you do? Oh, Councillor Lee has a question for you, Hamish.
Not to delay Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned to speed and weight. Another visible thing is distracted driving. You think we should be able to measure distracted driving?
I wish that we could. We see an awful lot. I see a lot of it, and distracted cycling too sometimes.
I just reported one to the police
Thank you.
yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, and speakers on this item? Seeing none, you would like, oh, sorry, I meant to say questions of staff. Councillor Lee.
I'm looking at this revised recommendations. So I'd like to ask staff whether we are doing 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, and 3. Are we already doing this?
Through the chair, in our conversations with the councillor, I think his biggest concern is that at times staff do traffic reports based on what we believe are sort of the peak conditions and the peak times to do this. When the reports are brought forward, they're often challenged either by residents or other councillors stating you didn't do it at the right time. So I think the key driver behind his request here is for staff to check in with councillors in advance to ensure that we do the work at the time where they're perhaps suggesting as well, so that when we do bring the report forward, all the information is in hand so that a decision isn't made without all that information. So, but for the most part, we do take this information down. Perhaps we can look at more explicitly putting it in the report so that it's available for all to see.
Yeah. And when I submit the requests, I normally meet with the my traffic studies to give them information. Is what I think is best. So I think I'm redoing that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why I'm looking at this and saying that, are we redoing all this?
And I think maybe what it would do is ensuring that it's done citywide as well. You might be perhaps a little bit more proactive than other councillors.
Yes, thank you.
You're proactive.
Or not.
And the reason why is because I want to have the best possible study, first time around, not having it come back and fall 4 times, 5 times, and 6 times, okay? So, thank you.
Okay, that's good. Seeing no other questions, we're going to move to speakers. Councillor Holyday is going to speak.
Thank you very much. I think it's an excellent motion. I also want to be very clear that if you read it quick and you don't know the process of the details, you may think that it is a criticism towards staff, and I'll say that it's quite the opposite. Actually, it's a criticism on councillors. I've seen this happen at council, and Councillor Perruzza talked about it today. I talked a little bit about it. Is that we somehow, as a body, request the advice of staff, get the report, discount it on the floor, and then go in a completely different direction, and not always the safest or the best direction with respect to congestion or the right direction. And all this motion simply does is just bring into certainty to ensure that we've cleared the air with respect to the timing that the study was done, so that it's not a question that is raised on the floor, whether it has merit or not. It is not something used as a leverage tool to take experienced advice from our transportation staff and put it aside and say we're going to go in a completely different direction. And I hope this committee will support it. I hope council will support it. I think it's very prudent, very wise, and is good for safety for the people in this city.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Lee.
I think the suggested disposition to refer it to General Manager of Transportation Services, so I will move that.
Okay.
To refer it to the General Manager of Transportation, and he can decide what he wants to do with it in terms of responding to this. And the reason why I am moving it so that we're not impacting the reports that he's writing and so on. So, but if we were to move Councillor Ford's, it will be changing the workflow that they have. And basically, I think I want to counter a little bit of what Councillor Holyday said. I remember that when I first got elected, in front of a high school in my area, they had been trying to get a crosswalk replaced with a set of lights, signalized lights. And I worked on it for about 3 years. And finally, with the students' help, we were able to reverse and had a set of lights installed. Now, when I was having the lights installed, or when we were trying to get it, drivers in that area says, no, don't put another set of lights in, right? But now it's installed, everybody is happy. Everyone is happy. The students have the ability to cross the road safely. The drivers have a chance in between when it turns red for the pedestrians that they can drive through. Previously, the students were just like a continuous stream for about 15 minutes, okay, crossing the crosswalk. And drivers going through that area couldn't get by. Okay? So now it's a win-win situation where everybody's happy. So sometimes the staff may say using numerical numbers, may not see the whole situation because there are situations whereby, we have to consider the behavior of people. Okay? So that is one that it was, I think, a win for everyone. Yes, it did cost a little bit of money. Okay? And another one that I just got recently was that Metrolinx did an underpass at Shepherd that created a dangerous situation for the people coming out from cul-de-sac. And the entrance from the local church comes out from that cul-de-sac. So when you have seniors coming out driving the old-fashioned cars where the hood is 20 feet long, they cannot see out, for cars coming up the hill. So we had to get council to change staff direction and install a set of lights. And now finally, after 2 years, the lights have been installed. Okay? So there are certain circumstances where we have to fight for local residents. All right? So anyways, so I will move to refer this to the general manager for consideration. Thank you.
Councillor Lee, you have a question from Councillor Holiday.
Councillor Lee, I recognize that refer is quite different than direct. And I wondered if you could elaborate why you've chosen to, you mentioned it quickly, but why you've chosen to refer it, which effectively removes the certainty of it, rather than have City Council direct it that yes, they will put the date, time in the reports and that they will consult with the local councillor for the process.
In my discussion and all the reports that I read for my area, it is redone. Like I see the times on when the study is done, which day it was done, the time frame, the traffic count is all in there. Okay, it's just a matter for you to look for it. And then if you have any further questions, you can always consult the supervisor that signed off on that study.
I would agree, traffic studies are wonderful in my end of the city, but I am concerned that it's used as a loophole or a lever where it is missing, and this just ensures it's included.
Anyways, I leave it up to staff to respond accordingly. As I said, we discussed earlier, we keep interrupting the flow of what they're doing. It creates a disruption. And since I've been on council for 9 years, every time we ask for a report, I say the reports do not write themselves. Staff has to write the report. Okay, so when I see something unnecessary, I think it's come to a point whereby, we have to get the city moving. So if we keep interrupting with our own personal agenda, then it interrupts what staff needs to get done to run the city efficiently. Thank you.
Okay. So we are at Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. I actually don't think this is a bad idea. I think it's just adding the time and date and whatnot. I get that question from my residents. They say, oh, they weren't out here. They never came out to study. And I said, yes, they did. And then we get into a back and forth. So I think, if you had that information available to give the constituents to assure them that we are doing what we say we're doing, then that's not a bad thing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I understand, Councillor Holiday, are you moving these motions then? Because we also have the referral motion.
Yes, I'll defer to you for the technical explanation.
Okay.
But I believe that there is an updated set of motions. If you require me to move that.
Yes, revised. We mentioned that at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah, I'm happy to move that if that's required.
You didn't mention that I heard. So I'll ask clerks to tell us which motion comes forward, and I'll just explain the process. So Councillor Lee's motion comes forward first because it's to refer, followed by Councillor Ford's motion, but it's being fronted by Councillor Holiday. So the first item's before you. All those in favor? This is the referral motion. It's on the screen. Councillor Moser, are you voting on that? Okay. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that does not carry. And then the other motion, if you could put them up on the screen, just to adopt the recommendations 1, 2, and 3, as outlined in Councillor Ford's correspondence. All those in favor? Opposed? 1 opposed? Carries. All right, I'm just going to suggest, because time's ticking away, we've got 15 minutes, we still have 4 speakers for the various items, that if you could look at Councillor Cole's motion, it's on the pink sheet, and if the clerks could put it on the screen for me. I think this is a really easy one we can just knock off here. I can't imagine this could be contentious, so if you would look at the item, the pink sheet. We've just amended his, he didn't quite have it nailed down, so we've just amended the motion a bit. You have questions? Okay, if you have questions, let's hold it down. I just thought that was easy, so I was trying to, because I'm a little bit worried about quorum after. I have a motion on number 8. Number 8? No, I think there's, that motion, okay. So we're on PW 8.8, Portia Street Storm Sewer Connections, and Councillor Ainsley has asked to speak on that item. Oh, so let's start with that. Okay, sure, wherever you'd like.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask, one of the underlying problems we have on this street, it's a high water table. And I'm trying to understand, the City of Toronto, when they do a building application, there's no consideration for a high water table, either in a building application, Committee of Adjustment concern, or even if it goes to the OMB?
That was a question.
Through you, Madam Chair, the conditions of the water table can be considered in the stormwater management report that's received through planning to development engineering as part of a subdivision application. But that level of detailed analysis wouldn't necessarily be considered with a building permit application or a site where direction is received from the Ontario Municipal Board.
Okay, but once again, so if you have an application at the OMB, there's no consideration whatsoever for a high water table?
I think through you, Madam Chair, if conditions have been raised by staff concerning services issues such as a high water table, the board would have the ability to reassign those conditions in their decision. If it's not on the table at the board, they don't normally give direction on servicing matters.
Okay, and I'm also, for Toronto Water, I'm trying to understand, a homeowner can put in an exemption on an individual basis, but if I have an entire street, I have 17 homes here, they collectively cannot apply for an exemption.
Through you, Madam Chair, the policies of the city, there are 2 different issues that you just raised. The policies that exist within the city for dealing with entire streets or a development in this case, go through development engineering, and the analysis of whether the sewers can handle that flow is done at that time. And so from the perspective of doing it after the fact, it wasn't considered as part of the subdivision development, and that's why the policy of looking at it as a one-off basis is in place now, where individual site exemptions can be made. By making a decision of exempting an entire street, you may be impacting everybody else on that system without proper analysis after the fact.
Right, but there's no process for all 17 homes on this street to collectively say we would like an exemption from the downspout connection program.
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, because in certain cases, it still may make sense to have a home not connected to to the city system. There are no issues with that individual lot, and granting permission to connect to the stormwater just adds to more flow into that stormwater pipe. So that's why we like to do it on a site-specific basis.
Okay, and then I also had a question on the report. There's no mention in the report between 34 and 36 Portia Street. The water, the drainage was so bad, and the homeowners complained for so long. The city installed a catch basin on the front lawn, and I can show you in this picture here. Sorry if I can. So if you look between the trees and this gravel, there's a catch basin under there. The residents actually landscaped it and filled it in with that because it was considered a danger to their children. How often does that get done?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's not a Toronto Water catch basin. It's not part of the city infrastructure. It was done under the subdivision process, and I'll let Craig Kelly speak to that as ECS was managing that development process. It's a private drain, essentially.
Right, but the builder went bankrupt.
And Craig can answer that question.
The builder went bankrupt, and then the city took responsibility and had the catch basin installed.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'll let Craig Kelly answer the question, as it was done on behalf of the developer as we stepped in.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. The subdivider did go bankrupt. The city took over the handling of the deficiencies for that subdivision and is continuing to do that with the developer securities that are on account with the city. The surface drainage problem that was identified at the east end of these lots, that's exacerbated by the transition from the development lots to the undeveloped property to the east. That was identified as a severe drainage concern. The engineer that worked for the subdivider was used to analyze the problem, confirm what's causing it, develop a solution, and development engineering approved the installation of that solution using the developer's money. And the solution is installed on private property and remains private infrastructure.
Right, but that was an issue that was not identified at all in the original site plan application by the builder, and when this went through a city approval process, that issue was not identified at all, correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, the surface water problem was not identified during the design process, and it was only after the location was built did it become evident.
Okay, and then in the picture here, this is a berm. It's the same height as a one-story house. I have another picture here that gives you the perspective from the front of the home. So you can see
Madam
the berm
Chair, I'll
at the
move a
back.
second round so you can have some more time.
Sorry, this will be my last question. So what type of drainage is put in place that accommodates for a berm that high being put across the back of a subdivision that previously that land was flat and it drained into a ditch at the back of the property?
Through you, Madam Chair, the lots were intended to be graded from the rear to the front, and the berm would, consistent with that, would direct water from the rear towards the front. There is additional water coming off the berm. Gravity will take care of that. But it was part of the grading plan and the stormwater management plan that berm was in place and that the lots would drain towards the front in each case.
Councillor Moser.
Usually part of our requirement is that the houses hook up to stormwater as part of our process. In this particular case, was there a stormwater on that street that was available for hookup when this subdivision went through? I remember the debate at Community Council on this.
Through Madam Chair, I'll start, and if development engineering needs to jump in, they can. No, the actual policy that council adopted is stormwater should be handled within the property, within the site, and not connect to stormwater drains if at all possible. And so That is the first requirement that a builder must look at as it develops new property.
Right.
And that includes particularly some pumps that get installed now that they do not connect to stormwater systems. That's an issue that the city allowed in the past, and as we analyzed all the basement flooding problems we had, that's a significant contributor to overloading the storm system as we have today and causing basement flooding.
So if we do an assessment and we approve it, or we look at the engineering, we stamp it reviewed, we don't say passed. But if the city is satisfied with the solution that the developer comes up with, and it doesn't work, who's liable? We do the review, we say it looks like it meets all the criteria for stormwater management on that particular site. Years later, we have nothing but problems, and it seems to be a safety issue with ice and so forth. Where's the liability lie here?
Through you, Madam Chair, in this particular situation, the 8 lots created to the east through subdivision, problems were identified prior to the assumption of the subdivision and while we had access to the subdivider's engineer and their financial securities that have been provided. The 9 lots to the further west that were created under the consent application through the Committee of Adjustment, it's a very different process, and the city doesn't have the engineering reports to review, nor the securities to use to address these problems.
But usually we catch it before the final acceptance of subdivision. Usually that's part of an engineering review. So that part I don't understand. How much would it cost to fix this up properly?
Okay, I'll talk to the committee.
Through you, Madam Chair, with respect to the second part, because you asked another question about what's happening after the fact. In our staff report, we indicate that there's been potentially some changes made to the approved plans on private property that push water to the sidewalk and the roadway, and it's causing some of the icing problems in the winter. There's some, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So we do say that there's been some alterations in some properties, and that's impacted the problem. The issue then is stormwater management, overland flow amongst private properties has been referred to an existing committee that's been created dealing with stormwater. This is not the only part of the city where we see this problem after the fact, and how do you manage flow across properties. We just had a report that went to council this past week talking about ownership of private drains and the issues associated with that, and that's been referred to that Stormwater Management Committee. This issue is no different. It is dealing with overland flow issues and icing, and how you manage issues as it traverses private property, across private property, and onto public. And it involves multiple divisions, MLS, Toronto Water, Toronto Building, and Engineering Construction Services.
Well, how much to fix?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we did not assess any fixes at the situation. As what we said is the policy as it exists today, if someone wants to make an application to connect to the city system, and we grant that, the cost is entirely borne by the private individual. So we did not do any cost estimates.
So the request here is that the city pay for doing that connection? Is that what the request is?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that was part of the motion, and what we're saying is that's against council policy right now.
Is there any chance at all to sue the engineer on this? Or you say there were the modifications after after it was approved, and we see this all the time, depend on degree of modification. So we've got a situation where there's modification, I don't know if it was by the developer or the house owners, and I'd like to know. And now we're stuck with a situation where it might cost the city to modify it. So who's responsible at the end of the day?
Through you, Madam Chair, the problems that have been reported in Councillor Ainsley's motion refer to lots created under the consent process. The amount of review and information that the city receives on those lots is significantly less than under a subdivision. Toronto Buildings, I'd attempt to answer for their part because they handle the building permit application. They receive grading drawings, lot grading drawings to show how it's graded, and they receive a certificate from a landscape architect or an engineer afterwards saying that those lots have been built according to the plans that were submitted. Unfortunately, a few years after the fact, it's difficult to know what's causing a problem that exists because changes could be made by an owner or a neighbor that affect the drainage between private properties.
Okay, so we have a time issue now that we've hit lunch. We can extend to be respectful to the work that Waste Management's put into this event that they're doing at lunchtime. Otherwise, I would definitely would prefer to extend, but given the circumstances, I don't feel that would be appropriate. So I guess we will come back, we recess now and come back at 1:30. That's our only alternative at this point. So we'll see. Hopefully we need quorum because we do have to get through these last couple issues. I think Councillor Crawford's his issue is time sensitive. Would it not be? It's like it's in the works. So if we don't have quorum this afternoon, that would be an issue, for your item.
Madam Chair, I have a dental issue, and it's very, very substantial. I won't be back this afternoon, just to let you know.
Okay. And anybody else not back? Okay, Councillor McMahon has an idea.
I just want to remind people that, and I think the chair has reminded people on this, when you have your committee meeting, if you could try to schedule, certainly there are emergency health issues, absolutely understand that, but we need to be here and we need to have quorum, and it's not fair to the remaining members who can't even go to the washroom. So we do have these booked in advance, so if you could be mindful, thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor.
Can we ask you to clear the room, please? The room is going to be locked. Nobody listens to
Members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the PWIC Committee, Public Works Committee. If you could come to Committee Room 1, that'd be great. We need quorum. That'd be fantastic. Thanks.
Questions, and then we were moving to speakers. So was there anybody else who had questions on this? I guess I do. So my understanding is, and it's unfortunate this exchange that's just taken place. I'd prefer that not to happen in our public meetings. This is against council policy. Is that correct?
To you, Madam Chair, what we reported on is the council policy on how to seek exemptions from the existing sewer use bylaw that says stormwater should not be connected to a stormwater pipe.
Okay, and so the stormwater should have been managed within the property, or it could easily have been managed by the builder within the property?
To you, Madam Chair, as part of the thing that's complicated the analysis on this site is part of the street, on Portia Street, was developed under subdivision agreement, and a number of homes were. A number of homes were done under consent, or essentially under just straight building department application, individual building permit applications. The portions that were under the subdivision agreements, there was a servicing plan that was approved through the city as part of the development review process. And there were some issues that occurred, as you heard earlier, from staff while it was being constructed. Some of those issues were addressed, and the developer's funds were used to deal with it. So it's followed all of the appropriate development review processes.
So what kind of precedent would this set if we approved the original recommendations to exempt these homes from the bylaw and to fund the connection? What if every city councillor came and asked us to do this in every neighborhood? What kind of impacts would that have?
To you, Madam Chair, that would have a significant impact, particularly as we're going from community to community as we do basement flooding environmental assessments. Because the issues that are presented to us in this particular Portia Street situation, we see replicated throughout the city in many subdivisions. Some are newer subdivisions, some are older subdivisions, but the issues are very, very similar. How do you deal with this overland flow? Where do you channel it to? In the past, connections were made to stormwater systems, very much in this nature, entire streets connected without proper analysis, which then leads to surcharging. So that's why we have a bylaw that says it starts with the position of no connection, but then does provide for exemptions to be considered on a site-by-site basis. So that's a process that was outlined in the staff report. It exists, and the council has approved it.
What about the environment and the water, our water quality? If we continue to connect everything up to the stormwater, what's the impacts of that? Just big picture, I'm talking very big picture.
To you, Madam Chair, there's a couple issues, depending on where the connections are occurring. If those types of connections are occurring in part of the city where we have combined sewers, you will then get increased surcharging of the combined sewer and increased overflows, which will impact the environment. You're getting more raw sewage and diluted sewage going into our open environment. In other parts of the city where we have separated systems, in Scarborough, North York, and Etobicoke, we have separated systems. You will see the surcharging on stormwater, but in many cases, as soon as you surcharge the stormwater system, it does also impact the sanitary system, and you will see a surcharge on the sanitary. Typically leads to basement flooding first, and then discharge to the environment as well.
So in some areas of the city, more overflows, more raw sewage.
That's correct. That's why
Continue to do this and do this and do this, okay.
That is why we changed the bylaws to restrict the amount of rainwater entering sewers and try to deal with it on land first.
So try to deal with it on land first, that's the goal.
That's
Okay.
correct. And it's also the premise for the mandatory downspout disconnection program. In those situations, we have roof leaders that are, in many cases, directly connected to storm systems, which has led in the past to surcharging and flooding. And that's the reason why council passed the mandatory downspout disconnection program, is to reduce the amount of water that enters into the sewer immediately after a storm. You try to delay that.
Okay, so same premise. Okay, thank you very much. Any speakers on this item? Question, I'm sorry, Councillor Holyday.
Forgive me, it's a fairly lengthy file that I have not visited the street myself. And can you help me understand what is the nature of the complaint generally? So there's 17 houses, and I see in the report that two of the houses, in front of two of the houses, there's a bit of ice that goes onto the sidewalk. I think we saw a picture of that. Are there any other concerns that have been identified by the residents?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure I understand the question. Other concerns related to drainage?
Well, so the only thing that, and forgive me, because I'm just trying to, I've got a new eye sort of looking at this, not knowing a lot about the problem. The only thing that I saw in this report that, from a city's perspective, is ice that traverses the sidewalk, I think in two locations. Like, we talk about 17 houses and a street and so on, but the only takeaway I see from here is ice in front of two of the houses. Are there any other problems that we haven't talked about today?
Through you, Madam Chair, the two locations where water is passing over the sidewalk and onto the road and freezing in those locations are, I guess, the most extreme problems that have been brought to the city's attention. However, there could be other houses, other lots with damp backyards or side yards where the water isn't, the flow isn't large enough to reach the sidewalk or the road. So it's possible that there are wet conditions at certain times or post-storms that the residents aren't pleased about. So those might be other things that the residents might mention.
Okay, so one of the solutions proposed is to, I guess, dig into the street and make connections to the storm sewer system. Are there other options available that are less intrusive, less costly, that can be done to help mitigate, I guess, additional water that's around a property?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's difficult to tell what changes may have already been made on individual lots, but certainly at the times of the year when water has been flowing to the street and freezing, it's when the ground is hard and it's difficult to get the water to infiltrate into the ground. But depending on the type of landscaping and certain types of drains or infiltration devices can be installed on private property to intercept the water before it gets to the road allowance.
Okay, and I mean, I'm going to assume that these lots are properly graded. I mean, if there's a low spot on a lot, I mean, I got one in my backyard, it fills with water. I've got to go put topsoil on it and straighten it out. But you mentioned devices. What are the kinds of things that, we did see a picture about some rocks and some trees. Is that like a French drain or something?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, anything that will cause the water to go down instead of towards the road will slow it and allow it to be absorbed by the soil. That's the bylaw that was passed by Toronto Water to eliminate the connections was not only to prevent the water from going into the storm sewer, but to also let it go into the ground to protect the water balance so that the water that falls in an area stays in that area and doesn't get transported somewhere else.
Okay. I think that's it.
Yep, thank you. I have a motion I'd like to move, if I can put it on the screen.
A member of the committee would have to move this and okay. So it's on the it's on the floor. So Councillor Ainsley, would you like to speak to it?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Lee. Appreciate you moving it on my behalf. So I'm moving this motion. I'm here on behalf of 17 residents in my ward in the new housing development that was built in 2008. I'm moving this motion. I'm under no illusions that it's about to lose. And why is it about to lose? Because since this housing development has been built in 2008, and the issue is that this was built on a flat piece of land. 17 homes built on a flat piece of land. Sorry, count my clock.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, go ahead.
So when this piece of property was originally built, 6 homes were demolished and 17 new ones were built. It was on a fairly flat piece of land. The back of the property is drained towards a ditch at the back to a CNN rail yard. Any water that came off the front of the homes went into a ditch at the front of the home. Flash forward, plan of subdivision submitted. There's a stormwater management plan that everybody agrees is there. Doesn't really work. Builder went bankrupt. City took over responsibility for this. The back of the property where there was a ditch now has a one-story berm. In some places it's higher than a one-story home. It has a fence across the back of it. Any water that drains off the berm drains into the home's backyards. There's no tilage or drainage system in the backyard to accommodate any water that comes off the berm. All the homes on the 17 houses were directed that their downspouts had to be disconnected. These are not small homes. All the water from the berm and the downspouts all goes between the houses or in, and you know, as legally the building code site plan, it all drains to the front of the property. What happens when you get to the front of the property? Ice. In the winter, ice constantly. And what happens, and what do homeowners get when this happens? They get a complaint from the licensing department because somebody phones, and then the licensing department comes out and issues them a notice of violation because they followed city laws and procedures to make sure the water from their property drains off the front. And how much water are we talking about that drains off? Here's a picture from 2011. All the water that drains between the homes, so much water drains between the homes. One of the homeowners, they all planted vegetation between the homes, as you can see from this picture. In 2011, this homeowner in particular, their vegetation and flower gardens grew so well, they got a Trillium Garden Award. How did they get that? They weren't nominated by their neighbors. They were nominated by the City of Toronto. That's the joke on the entire street. The other problem, 17 homes, they have sump pumps. They were mandated when they were built to have sump pumps. The homeowners in the furthest 5 houses, their sump pumps run non-stop because the street was regraded to drain to the east in towards those homes. I mentioned earlier, these 2 homeowners, it was so bad when all the complaints to the city, a contractor showed up on behalf of the city and installed a drainage catch basin in the middle of their yard. Then their next problem was young children. So they landscaped it to cover it over because they're worried about their children. Flash forward today, I have staff saying, well, it's not a city drain, it's a private drain. It was put in by contractors. It was put in by contractors at the onus of the city. This has been going on for 7 years. Every time I go to the building department and complain about it, they sent me to the planning department. The planning department sent me to the water department. The water department are the ones that wrote the motion that was in the original report that was received for consideration. The water department says it's not our responsibility either. And then it's pointed, well, hey, there is a stormwater management stormwater management plan. You tell that to any of my residents that live on this street, they're going to repeatedly point to the fact our sump pumps burn out on a regular basis. The one homeowner at the furthest end, after 7 years, he's on his 5th sump pump. The sump pump never stops. All they would like is to have it connected to the city drain system so they can have some standard of living where they can enjoy their backyards, not have to worry about going away on holidays and leaving a sump pump on because the sump pump is going to burn out and flood their basement. They would simply like to have some amount of city services that they feel that they're entitled to, that they pay their taxes for, and somebody to take responsibility for this. It's been a continuous circle. And you think I'm upset? My residents that live in their homes are beyond upset. This is continual. They're already resigned to the fact that this winter, they're going to be having licensing inspectors coming around saying, issuing notices of violation on their sidewalk. They're looking for new sump pumps. They would just like somebody to take responsibility for this and fix it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have one question for you so far. So that would be Councillor McMahon.
So thank you for the story, Councillor Ainsley. But they can apply for an exemption, right? And cover the costs themselves? Do they not?
That's the other part, Councillor. So I have 17 homes. Some of them have talked to city staff about applying for an exemption, and they get pointed to their councillor. Go see Councillor Ainsley because he'll get this dealt with. And then I come down here, and I'm told, well, if they all apply for an exemption together, that's the best thing to do. And I've had staff say to me, well, there's no point in them applying for an exemption together because it breaks the stormwater bylaw. So that's why I'm here in front of government management, because it doesn't work. And the interesting thing, since I've been doing this, I get emails. I have an email from a woman just yesterday that lives out in Etobicoke somewhere that said she's going through this exact same thing. The problem I have is you have infill development in the City of Toronto. It's built in isolation. It doesn't take into account any of the landscaping or the topography around it. Building department looks at something from a builder who's rushing to declare bankruptcy, gets a stormwater management plan done. Staff look at it and go, looks great to me, rubber stamp. Planners, rubber stamp. Water department, rubber stamp. And here I am.
Okay.
Other questions for the mover or for the motion, on the motion? No other questions. Okay, so back to speakers. We've had only the Councillor Ainsley speak. Would anybody else like to speak on the item? Seeing none, I don't see anybody who would like to speak on the item. So we have this motion before us, as well as just the adopt it. So what do we start with? I guess this. So you see the motion before you. Councillor Lee's put it forward on behalf of Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? All those opposed? 4 opposed? That does not carry it. Okay, and would someone like to move to adopt the item? I was told it was adopt. Is it adopt? Adopt the item. Sorry? Oh, adopt, both, it's both. Adopt the item to receive. Councillor Chin Lee, thank you. All those in favor? That's 4, none opposed. All right, thank you. And we're going to move on to the next item, which is PW 8.10, Sewers and Water Supply Bylaws Compliance and Enforcement Report. And we have one speaker on this item, Karen Buck. Karen, if you could come up. And you can proceed.
Well, I have a lot of commendations for the Environmental Monitoring and the Protection Unit. Commend them for their efforts and work that is in the staff report. They have a huge responsibility for the compliance and enforcement of the sewer use bylaws and the role they play in the bylaw for water supply. It's also commendable that there are starting to be alliances and new alliances explored and forged with other city divisions to help with the incredibly important work. I remember we asked for 12 new members to their staff quite some time ago, and they got it, but I'm sure they're overworked and maybe underpaid, who knows. Anyway, pollution prevention planning, best management practices, and educational outreach. Again, we commend the city for being the very first Canadian municipality to move forward and have a pollution prevention planning component within the sewers use bylaw, which was a part of the mediation agreement on the Ashbridges Bay treatment plant. We, of course, support implementation of best management practices, and we are in agreement with an educational outreach plan to the industrial, commercial, and institutional sectors to ensure their compliance with the sewers use bylaw. I was at a meeting at the Highland Creek treatment plant, and their incinerator was spewing out way more mercury than it should. I asked why, and they felt that it was dental offices not in compliance with removing the mercury from the water supply, and it was ending up in the air after incineration there. So I think where it says in the report that 65% of the dental sector is compliant, I think it really needs to be much higher than that, and 100% would be absolutely fabulous, because they shouldn't be putting mercury into the water supply that ends up perhaps in the biosolids and ultimately our watersheds. With regard to industrial waste surcharge agreements, the City of Toronto through Toronto Water actually enters into agreements for treatable wastes under their industrial waste surcharge agreements. Now, these treatable wastes have greater biological oxygen demand and perhaps chemical oxygen demand than that required by conventional sewage wastewaters entering the city's treatment plants. So the staff report indicates that there are savings to those industries that have entered into industrial waste surcharge agreements, but on the city's side, are there increased infrastructure costs incurred by the city's treatment plants to ensure full secondary treatment of the new loadings of treatable wastes that have been contracted? And And are all the costs that the city could incur to ensure full secondary treatment of the new treatable wastes under their waste surcharge agreements actually being recovered through the surcharge agreements contracted costs? And what is the impact of now potentially increased biochemical oxygen demand and chemical oxygen demand on the city's streams and rivers, when in the older combined sewer areas there are releases of combined treatable, those treatable wastes that go to the plant, are supposed to go to the plant, when there are combined sewer overflows, and this happens during rainfall. So the concern is not what can currently be treated at the city's treatment plants, but how the combined sewer overflows do not make it to the treatment plants, and how these untreated wastewaters adversely impact the water quality and the oxygen availability in perhaps the city's newly recovering fish and aquatic habitats, or while combined sewer overflows are problematic, as I've mentioned, even greater concern arises when the city's treatment plants during rainfall release untreated or undertreated wastewaters into Lake Ontario, which are also associated with undesirable impacts. So after hearing, just last sentence, after hearing what's gone on before and my concerns, there is a sense of urgency in the city for more comprehensive stormwater management to stop overflows within the sewer system and the treatment plants.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, any questions for staff? Seeing none, would someone like to move that so we can adopt? So we need to adopt. Councillor Chinley will adopt that item. Thank you. Councillor, all those in favor? That's 4 opposed, so that carries. Let's move on. So we just have actually one item left, 2 items. If the clerks could put Councillor Josh Cole's item up, this is a quick one. I just want to get this moving because I committed to doing this, and then we'll move to the sidewalks. So, yeah, do you want to wait then, or? Okay. Yeah, the item be referred to Transportation Services to consult with the TTC to review and consider revisions to existing right-of-way standards as part of the city's ongoing AODA standards development. Any questions on that motion? I'm taking carriage of it for Councillor Cole, who's the TTC chair. This, in my understanding, is this type of thing's already in play, but okay, all those in favor? Oh, you would like to speak on it? I was under the impression that I put my name down. For sidewalks, you have. Oh, I wasn't brought to my attention. Okay, do you want to just grab the mic there and go?
Earlier this morning, I had recommended that one solution to solving the city's motor vehicle congestion problem is reducing the number of cars by getting people out of them and onto their feet walking, taking transit, or cycling. One thing we have to focus on when we look at transit issues is not just people with disabilities, but interpret accessibility in a wider way, and that would include taking into account parents with strollers. If they're used to taking their family in a car, then when they look at the TTC as an option, what they're saying is, how do I get my stroller onto a streetcar or a bus? And obviously, things like garbage cans are a big disincentive. Another thing would be families who go shopping and they look at their car as a way to, carry groceries back home. things like bundle buggies are an alternative, and again, we can get people shopping using the TTC and our sidewalks, but only if they don't have to maneuver through an obstacle course created by things like newspaper boxes and garbage bins by the roadside. So I'm hoping that perhaps we can expand this if it's possible at this late minute. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. And so we have the motion before us. Could you put it back on the screen? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, sorry, Councillor Crawford. I wouldn't have done that if I had realized there was a deputation, but I wasn't made aware of that. So we're back to PW 8.11, sidewalks on Midland Avenue, and there's two speakers. Michael Black, you might as well just come right back to the mic, followed by Dana McCabe. And if Dana, you could just be standing by to speak next. No.
The sidewalk in question is located in Cliffside, one of Scarborough's older neighborhoods. I myself have been visiting the Scarborough Bluffs, which are nearby, for over 40 years. I've noticed that local residents like to talk about the area's rural ambiance. I would caution committee members not to get too caught up by the idea of country-style aesthetics, as there is the danger that we will be too selective in the big city infrastructure that gets installed. The end result could be that one class of road user may be favored at the expense of others. To be frank, I'm mystified why paving dirt roads, which is what was around years ago, should be a good thing, while laying a concrete sidewalk should be perceived as being bad. Another question on my mind, why would we install modern stormwater and sanitation facilities in this neighborhood, but insist on making pedestrians walk in the gutter? One fact that I'm far more certain about is that sidewalks are important for safety. Crashes that cause harm to pedestrians are twice as likely to occur on roads without any sidewalks in comparison to streets with sidewalks on both sides. Earlier today, I've been focusing on the downtown, and now I'd like to look at the suburbs more closely. Scarborough has done a pretty good job of whittling down the number of its streets which don't have any sidewalks at all. That statistic is 20% now, which actually compares pretty well to the old city of Toronto, which has whittled their number down to 10%. However, Ward 36 doesn't look as good in comparison. The number of sidewalks there, the number of streets without sidewalks there is somewhere in the 33 to 40% range. So there's work to be done. And when I look at the city's sidewalk inventory map, I notice that the southern part of Cliffside, which is where these 2 blocks of Midland Avenue are located, has what seems to me to be about 50% or more of the streets without any sidewalks. So you can see the trend. It gets worse and worse the closer you get to the southern end of Midland Avenue. In Ward 36, Kingston Road is kind of like the Great Divider. To the north, actually, you do get a lot of streets with sidewalks. And also along Kingston Road and to the north, there are several bus routes which do not a bad job of serving people's transit needs there. In the south, though, we're looking at a double whammy because there's no transit service south of Kingston Road except in one small area. And as I'd mentioned before, the sidewalk situation is not good. So basically what we're looking at are long distances to walk and a neighborhood that isn't terribly pedestrian friendly. But really, you don't have to take my opinion on this because Toronto Public Health actually singled out the Cliffside neighborhood to do a formal study. And what did they find? Well, the route to Cliffside Public School isn't very safe for children who want to walk to school. And in fact, Kaylee Callahan Bélanger was killed in a collision on her way to school a few years ago. Also, they mentioned that the waterfront trail, which is 450 kilometers long, uses these 2 blocks as a vital connection. And what we're really looking at is to the west of Midland. There's 2 really nice parks, Scarborough Heights and Rosetta McLean Gardens. And then to the east, there's Scarborough Bluffs Park, Bluffers Park, and some great trails south of Cardinal Newman School. So all in all, we're talking about some of Toronto's most magnificent natural features surrounding this 2-block stretch, which serves as a vital link to them. Obviously, these 2 blocks aren't just being used by locals, they're being used by Torontonians and even tourists who are hiking or cycling along the waterfront trail. And not to have a sidewalk there is not good policy. Oh, can I just mention one thing? I can. The other really big issue is property lines. This sidewalk, if it's the same width as Chine Drive, would be 1.7 meters wide. And the city actually owns boulevard space, which totals 5.7 meters on each side of the road. And an important matter of principle is, does the city keep in reserve this land and make it available to build vital road infrastructure when we feel it's needed? Or do we let local residents basically say, I want my lawn to be twice the size that it is in perpetuity? And thanks very much, councillors.
Okay, Councillor Crawford has a question for
Madam
you.
Chair, and thank you for your deputation. Have you had a chance to actually walk up Midland from Kingston Road down to the bottom where this proposed sewer construction is happening? Have you seen the road itself?
I have a few years ago, but not lately.
Okay, so you've had an opportunity. So, and do you realize that what's before the committee today is a water main reconstruction on the road? And they're looking at only, they propose to do a sidewalk on the bottom portion of that. And in fact, which is only the equivalent of about 2 blocks or 13 houses. But the other 80% of the project, which is on the windy part of the road that goes north, there's no sidewalks proposed. Are you aware of that?
You're talking about the Midland Ravine, the one.
Yeah, the entire project that the committee is working on that. In fact, 80% of the project, there's no sidewalks being proposed at all. And that's the portion of Midland that really, really needs a sidewalk.
I've talked to staff, and one principle that Walk Toronto holds dear is the principle of continuity. So if we're looking at a road, we'd want to have a sidewalk on the entire length, especially when people want to walk in the absence of transit to destinations at the south end.
Which I understand, but you have to realize the committee is actually, right now, as part of what they're looking at, 80% of that road will not have a sidewalk. They're only talking about a small little section that will have no connections whatsoever if the sidewalk goes in.
Maybe I can fill you in. What I've been told by Transportation Services is that it's their intention to expedite the construction of a sidewalk in the middle part of Midland, near the Midland Ravine, so that by 2018, there will indeed be sidewalks along the entire length of Midland.
Okay. And you're also aware, and you're right, by the way, when you're talking about Cliffside in that area, traditionally there aren't a lot of sidewalks, but are you aware, and you brought up, Kaylee, I'm glad you did, that in fact we are doing a sidewalk on Cliffside, we're doing a sidewalk on Glen Everest, we've actually done a sidewalk on Chine, and those all revolve around important and critical safety issues. So in fact, we are working on doing sidewalks in the area. You're aware of that as well?
I congratulate you on making progress in your ward. I've kept up with Chine Drive, and eventually we would like to see the majority of streets have sidewalks in South Cliffside, just like the rest of the city.
Okay, thank you.
council able to read the comments submitted for this particular item?
Yes, it's all been circulated.
Just curious. I'm good, okay. So I'm a resident of Midland Avenue, south of Kingston Road. I'm here to dispute the sidewalk installation connected with the water main replacement on Midland Avenue between Romana Drive and Fishley Drive. The residents of Midland Avenue are extremely upset as to how this project has been / is being handled. We were given very little notice of this impending work and absolutely no information about the sidewalk installation. When in the design stage, community characteristics need to be taken into account. The cumulative negative impact of such a permanent feature was severely overlooked. Little, if any, due diligence was properly completed in regards to an environmental impact study or pedestrian foot traffic study. Except for the advocacy of Councillor Gary Crawford, we were appallingly shocked by the negligence, arrogance, and community disrespect shown to us by the City of Toronto, its employees, and its contractors. Presently, we are classified as a collector street, but we are clearly a local street as per the definition provided in the City of Toronto road classification document dated August 2013. We should be treated as a local street in terms of asking the residents affected by the sidewalk installation if they actually want it. Also, city policy guidelines outlined in the city-wide program for essential sidewalk links dated 2002 was not followed in regards to appropriately informing the ward councillor and the public. I'd go into great detail of how a sidewalk would negatively affect the area, but ultimately it's a sidewalk to nowhere. The Toronto and Region Conservation Authority noted this sidewalk as stranding or dead-ending. It is also mentioned that Midland Avenue could potentially become a dead end due to the erosion patterns of the Scarborough Bluffs. This sidewalk is not necessary, it is not an essential sidewalk link, and it's a waste of taxpayers' money, estimated at $25,000. 100% of the affected residents have signed a petition objecting to the installation and noted Midland Avenue between Fishley and Romana as having extremely limited foot traffic. The city is about to remove 3,000 square feet of green space and replace it with concrete. This insensitivity to the potential negative effects to Toronto's rare natural heritage site, the Bluffs, is blatantly irresponsible. As for being on the waterfront trail, a trail is defined as a path, track, or unpaved lane or road. The waterfront trail is a combination of paths, 21%, neighborhood streets, 21%, and rural roads, 58%. The majority of the waterfront trail does not have sidewalks. The city has ideas as to what's best for us, but without consulting with the constituents, you can't know what would be the best course of action for us. If the design team were to have approached us in the beginning and took our concerns and ideas into consideration, we wouldn't be as hostile as we are now. Communication with the affected residents is key. Transportation Services seems to have neglected that and has been incredibly insensitive to the people of Lower Midland Avenue. I understand they have an agenda, but if they weren't going to communicate with the residents directly, they at least needed to talk to the city councillor of our ward. I read the documents submitted by the Transportation Services and Walk Toronto. They are most welcome to their opinion. However, they do not live on Midland Avenue. They do not see the potential negative impacts of sidewalks could have. We do. I think it's vitally important that the constituents of a ward be consulted on changes that impact them directly. You can say all you want about city policy, walkability, and the like, but bottom line, this is much bigger than that. I'm talking about the fragility of the soil on which we currently sit. How can someone even fathom taking away 3,000 square feet of green space, which is essentially acting like a sponge, and replacing it with concrete? We have lost 20 meters of cliff in the last 20 years. There are several contributing factors to that erosion, which are wave, wind, freeze, thaw, and water runoff. Why would you install in a permanent feature that could potentially harm our surroundings? Community characteristics were not taken into account, due diligence was not completed, residents were not consulted nor informed, and 100% of the affected residents do not support this sidewalk installation. A responsible decision here would be to support the residents and the natural heritage sites which we want to preserve. Please be responsible.
Please.
Yep.
Councillor McMahon. So Councillor Crawford, actually, sorry, Councillor McMahon.
Dana, thank you very much for coming in, and you brought up a number of points, but I just wanted to clarify. So the community, when did you receive notice? The project now, I think they're about to start it, so there's a time issue. When did you get notice of this project happening?
We got notice on July 23rd, and it said the construction was going to start in September.
Okay, and
And it said we'd get 3 months' notice, and we got barely a month.
okay, and you were also aware that my office got absolutely no notice of
Yeah,
a
so
sidewalk
I
installation?
called your office immediately because the residents were extremely angry. And so, yeah, we started on that right away
So my office found out about this sidewalk installation from the residents?
from me, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dana. That was very passionate. So you said that the design should take in the community characteristics, and what would that entail?
So because the bluffs are so fragile, you need to take into how this will affect it socially, physically, and the animals, but it doesn't really affect the animals, but you need to take into account how it affects the residents of the area and how it affects the surroundings, specifically the bluff face.
So are you opposed to a sidewalk altogether, or you're looking at like a permeable sidewalk or something that is more?
Well, if they came to us in the beginning and they said, okay, what are your ideas? We might have come to a compromise about a permeable sidewalk, but now we feel like we've just been walked all over, and we don't want to have anything to do with it.
So, and you mentioned that a sidewalk would negatively affect the area
Yes,
or
so,
residents. How is a sidewalk negative?
The water runoff, it's because we're on a hill. So 3,000 square feet of green space is taken, so porous material is being taken away, and you're putting non-porous material. And you were just talking about how you want to reduce the sewer water, right? So you're increasing it here, and it's on a hill, so it's coming all down to the bottom, right where the cliff is. And that water runoff can negatively impact, it can soak into the ground, excessively, and then the freeze-thaw cycle, it kind of acts like a reaction when it thaw, and then it just breaks, and then the cliff just falls off.
And are there driveways on the street?
Yes.
So would that not be the same?
Well, the driveways would have to increase to accommodate the cars, too. So
No, I mean, but the hard surface of the driveway is the same as the hard surface of the sidewalk, only it's only benefiting one person who drives there versus people who walk.
Precisely, but I'm talking about added non-porous surfaces, but also because the sidewalks take up 1.7 meters, approximately 4 houses will have to expand their driveways to accommodate their cars that they cannot fit in their driveways now.
And do you think if they build the sidewalks, or when they do, that it would encourage more people to walk? And, like the bike lanes downtown, when they put them in, and the cyclist volumes of cyclists increased
Honestly,
tenfold?
If you watch the walking patterns of people, they come down the hill and they're looking for the park, so they turn left at Romana Drive. So they don't even come down, especially not on the west side, they don't come down to our section. If they're on the waterfront trail, that's mostly bikes. You see very few walkers coming that way.
And then you say the residents of the street want to have a say for their street, which, they do usually with parking changes or things like that. But it's a city right away. So at what point do you think residents, the city should have more of a say than the residents? For example, if a TTC bus stop was going on the street, would you think the residents have the right to say no to the bus stop?
The residents have the right to know before it's put in.
Right, so it's more of a communication.
It's a communication issue,
Okay.
for sure. So that's why we're extremely angry.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Holliday has questions for you.
Okay,
Thank you for your deputation. Do you live on Midland Avenue,
I do.
north or south of Romana Drive?
South,
South, and then on the east or west side?
on the west side.
Okay, so you're one of the homes that are directly affected. There's about 10 of them.
11.
Or 11. I counted quickly. Do you speak for all of the residents south?
I
or
speak for everyone south of Romana on both sides.
on both? So about 20 houses.
24.
Okay. Where's the closest transit to your home?
Okay, Ridgemore, it's up on Kingston Road,
To the north?
north.
Okay, so you'd have to use the sidewalk to get to the transit
Or
post.
you can walk along Fishley to Kingston Road.
The other way?
Yeah.
Right. And do you support a sidewalk being installed north of Romana Drive?
I do,
Okay.
but I think you should communicate with those residents because I know those residents and they aren't so happy about a sidewalk either. On the hill specifically, not, the people north of the hill do want one, but the people on the hill are also not for them. But I do see the need in them being on the hill.
Okay. And you mentioned there were negative impacts to the sidewalk, and the predominant impact that you discussed was the impact on permeability and water. Is there anything else that you wanted to add as a negative impact?
Just the, I know Michael Black just said, but it's the look of the street, it's the look of Scarborough, you know?
Understood. I'm a guy with ditches in front of his house. I get it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll move now to, into committee, or, well, actually, maybe there's questions of staff that Councillor Crawford has.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The deputant brought up notice period, so I guess I feel obliged to talk about the notice period. What's the average or specified notice time that you're supposed to give residents when there's not only construction of the water main project, but when there's an installation or potential installation of a sidewalk? What sort of a notice is supposed to happen?
Thank you, Councillor. In the instances of a local sidewalk where the recommendation is to put a sidewalk on at least one side of the road, we would consult with the councillor directly in advance of putting it on the capital program. In the case of a collector road where the expectation in the council policy is that we would add sidewalks on both sides, what we do is when it comes up in the capital program, we identify it as requiring that, and then our colleagues in engineering construction services provide that as part of the construction notice when the project has been tendered and is about to move forward.
Okay, so there's no specific timeline again, and I'll refer. I mean, the deputy had made the comment that there was no notice whatsoever that a sidewalk. I think they had, literally a couple weeks from when the construction was supposed to be starting, and in fact, I don't recall there was ever any conversation with my office about the installation of this sidewalk. I'm just wondering if you can comment on that.
Through the chair, Councillor, but on this project, I will say I think we could have done a better job on the communication side. It is a little unique in the sense that this was a state of good repair project for Toronto Water. They were doing their project. We look for opportunities now to piggyback so that when we have the road dug up, we restore it to the condition that we would like to see. At this point, because it was that type of project, the consultation that we did probably fell short of where it should have been. But at the end of the day, we'd still like to advocate for this being done, particularly with the idea that we're going to be moving forward with the expansion and extension of the sidewalk north, and we're trying to accelerate that. Our expectation is this isn't going to be an orphan link. We do fully intend to put the sidewalk in on the northern portion. That would be a standalone project. We actually looked at bundling that project with this one, but due to the fact that it's on a slope and may require some things like retaining walls and other modifications, we weren't able to couple it at this time. Toronto Water went forward with their project, and so that was the intent of putting the sidewalk in just for this short stretch.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And went from a notice question to answering all my other three questions about the sidewalk north, so I want to you've answered my questions. Thank you.
I guess the first question is more aptly Toronto Water. The resident spoke about environmental impact, specifically the concern that the presence of a sidewalk or a hard surface was a problem for the bluffs and for the area, that there would be impact to the permeability of the ground. I wondered if Toronto Water, if you could provide your advice on this. It's not something that was discussed in the report, and I wanted to get your thoughts.
Through you, Madam Chair. Well, Toronto Water hasn't specifically analyzed this situation, so I'll answer it in a more general basis, a policy basis. Typically, we encourage the permeable pavements or leaving it a grassed area, because it does allow the infiltration into the ground, and it reduces the amount of flash flooding that you may see. The more you pave, be it on private or public lands, the greater and faster runoff you get from stormwater. So as a general rule now in design, you try to minimize the amount of hard pavement. It doesn't mean you don't use some elements of landscape pavement, but you look at adding the permeable pavement or the ability for some infiltration and slowing down the stormwater flows.
Thank you. And to transportation, if I can paraphrase it, if I've got this right, you are looking at sidewalks on the overall length of Midland. It's just that the northern portion is not before us because there's additional complexity in the project. Is there an economy, and I'll even go so far as perhaps better customer service at the end of the day if you're tearing up the road for water mains to implement the sidewalk at that point in time?
Through the chair, yes, I guess our preference would be that we could go in and regrade it, resod it, only to come back in 2 years, again, in front of their properties and with the construction of the sidewalk at that time. So again, getting it done right now would be our preference. And again, the important piece here is that while there has historically been many neighborhoods in Toronto without sidewalks, we are, from a safety standpoint, looking to expand the network so that people can get to locations they need to. So this section, coupled with the section to the north, we believe will provide a safer pedestrian access for the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier, you said that this was based on a policy of on arterial roads. So is Midland defined as an arterial road? In that section of Midland?
Through the chair, I believe the reference was to a local road and a collector.
Collector, sorry, collector.
Midland is identified as a collector. Under our policy, there's currently, the policy is for sidewalks on both sides of the street. Understanding the sensitivity of this in this neighborhood, again, I think the position we've taken is that sidewalk on one side of the street would be sufficient for this environment. So we are trying to be context sensitive.
So earlier, Councillor Crawford was asking, and this wasn't consulted with the local councillor because it's policy already, so you just go ahead and get it done, right? Correct?
Because it's a collector, I mean, there are different levels in the policy as well, and this is a collector road. That said, I'll take full blame. We should have consulted the councillor on this in advance and at least given him more advance notice.
Right. The other question I have is that has this been contracted out, and is it a done deal in terms of contract?
There is a contract in place. We believe the work is scheduled to start, if it hasn't started, in the next few weeks. And I believe it's scheduled to wrap up spring of next year. So the timing would be that it would be installed.
So whether we put a sidewalk in or not, we have to pay this contract, right?
Yeah, well, we haven't paid for the contractor, but it's currently cooked into the contract.
It's quoted in-house, so we are contracted somebody to do it, so we have to pay something. Even though it may not be the full amount, may have to settle.
So, to pull it out completely, we'd likely have to pay something.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just ask, I think it's my doing that it's on this agenda, but where would this type of thing usually go? To community council or?
Through the chair, under the policy, any exemptions from the sidewalk, actually, it's identified to come to PWIC for a decision.
So this is the process then?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and just, I think somebody's asked it, but just on the notice, was there a notice? There was a notice issue?
The notice
shorter than it should?
The notice that was identified by the community was a construction notice. Again, often we will notify folks about upcoming construction, but the element of the sidewalk itself may not have been clearly identified in advance.
Okay. Yeah, so I think maybe we can review our communications, because I did find through my EA experiences that, anyway, my experience has been that the communications aren't always clear, so people think they're dealing with maybe water mains and it's really sidewalk construction. So I think that's something we could definitely revisit.
And that's fair, and on this case, it's a slight anomaly in the sense that the water construction is occurring in the location of the sidewalk, which is why we decided to piggyback onto it at this time. I'll say we don't believe that this is sort of an ongoing, reoccurring issue.
Okay, thank you. Speakers, Councillor Crawford would want to speak, and I think he has motions that Councillor Holyday is taking care of, so if we can put them on the screen so people know what they're voting on, because we are running out of time here.
Anyway, thank you, Chair. Thank you. I want to thank the committee for the indulgence. When this issue came up a couple of months ago, as we've heard, the residents, and they got the construction notice in the mail, and which was fine, but buried in that was the fact that they're going to have a sidewalk put on. And as you could just appreciate the frustration that they received from that. And when they contacted me, I wasn't aware that a sidewalk was going to be going in either. Staff have explained that, there's a communication lag and we need to fix that. But in that, when we're looking at that, they realized that, this sidewalk is going to be going in. We didn't have much opportunity to sort of react to it and figure out where it's going to be going. And when I did speak with transportation, they told us that this was the only route that it could go because it was a very time-sensitive issue. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank the committee for looking at this issue for us. As one of the deputants mentioned, Cliffside is historically an area that when it was planned and built many, many years ago, and I think Councillor Lee would know that, there were no sidewalks. And that's very typical of a lot of the areas out in Scarborough, and specifically south of Kingston Road. And this Cliffside area does have literally no sidewalks except for around the school or a couple of the schools. And in many ways, it is deficient on sidewalks. I fully support the construction of sidewalks, especially in my ward. So this is not an issue of me coming forward to you saying I don't want sidewalks at all, because I really do support sidewalks. But what I support is sidewalks that make sense. And I'll get back to the reason why I don't think this little section makes sense. But when I'm looking at the area, and again, the deputy did mention a death a couple of years ago of a small girl. Since we've been doing that, and it's unfortunate that a death caused us to have to put in the sidewalk on Cliffside in Glen Everest, but that is actually going in. As we speak, I think the process is happening with that. We put a sidewalk over on Chine Drive, which is just east of Midland, and understanding that the majority of the community didn't want that, but I felt it was important for the safety of the community to put that sidewalk in, so I pushed forward on that. And they're urgently needed, as staff have mentioned, north of Romano Drive up to Kingston Road. It's a windy road that goes up a hill and has a couple of curves, and there's been some serious traffic accidents on that road. So I'm absolutely advocating for a sidewalk on that, and I'm glad that staff have indicated that they're going to make that a priority, because I think that's incredibly important, for the entire area. But when you look at this particular little section, and the constituent and the people that live in the area, they look at the foot traffic, they look at how busy that particular road is. And, I've been down to that road, that area, and they've indicated that there's very little foot traffic. And you have to realize it almost makes sense. So what happens is, if you could picture the majority of people either walking or driving down Midland, they come down the hill, and when they get to Romano Drive, the majority of them, if they're walking, make a left. And they actually don't go down this little section. So there's very little foot traffic, or there's insignificant from their perspective foot traffic. So it doesn't make sense that we put a sidewalk on that road. And that's what my two motions are advocating for, is to focus on the portion of Midland that absolutely needs a sidewalk. And we're going to have to go through a whole process in consultation with that community, because as councillors know, sidewalks are one of the most divisive issues that we have in our community, but I will be pushing to ensure that a sidewalk happens on that area, and whether we come back to you, I doubt, but I realize that's important. But on this little section, 11 houses, 2 blocks, a couple of 100 yards, just doesn't make sense to put a sidewalk on. So my motions are to look at the construction of Midland Avenue north of Romano, and to excuse or remove this section of the project off and not put a sidewalk in there. The residents do not want that. I do not think it makes sense to put a sidewalk in this particular area, and I would hope that the committee will listen to not only myself and the residents of that community and oblige and remove the sidewalk from this particular project. Thank you.
Can I ask you just to repeat, I'm asking you a question now on the motion, to repeat exactly why this little section doesn't warrant sidewalks again, because that's helpful to understand.
Well, I mean, again, staff will say that we need to have sidewalks everywhere for walkability and safety, and I don't disagree with that, but on that particular area, there is not as much foot traffic as you would expect on this particular the road. Most of the foot traffic actually stops, and the constituent was right. There's a park that the majority of foot traffic on that road go over to the park. It's Scarborough Bluffs Park, and they actually make a left before they even go down this little section. So the reality is there's not as much foot traffic, and that's, again, when we're looking at safety and concern of sidewalks in the community, it makes sense. It just doesn't make sense on this little section.
Okay, that's all my questions. Any other questions for the mover? Okay, seeing none, then we're going to move into committee on questions. Speaking, I'm sorry, because we've done questions. Yes, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. So it's ironic that we're discussing this on International Walk to School Day, I think. It's great. I think it's fantastic in the city when we can piggyback on infrastructure projects. We have right now on Eastern Avenue in my ward, we've delayed the TTC work to coincide with Toronto Water work, and they're doing it now together because there's one thing Torontonians can't stand is digging up the road twice. So I commend Toronto Water and Transportation Services for working together on this and just doing the construction once out on Midland Avenue. It's unfortunate about the communication. Sometimes that happens, things slip by, but it does behoove us to do a better job with communication. I think you can never have enough communication to your residents, to the councillor, to everyone. Keeps everyone in the loop. But I would caution the residents, you love your street, we all love our streets and for different reasons, and we feel protective of them, and we want more trees on them. We want the parking to work with everyone. We also have to remember that there is the city right-of-way, and that is city property, and sometimes we have to do things for the greater good of the city, such as sidewalks. And I disagree with Councillor Crawford. I don't find sidewalks divisive. I think they're actually the opposite, that they bring more people together out walking in the neighborhood. And with childhood obesity on the rise, with all this congestion problems, we want to get people out of their cars. We want to get more people walking. And I think that us putting in a sidewalk would totally bring more people out to do that, and it's safer for the public as well. So I think we need to be mindful of doing things for the greater good, and that a sidewalk in this area is a good thing.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford, for coming and talking to us about this. We don't always get to experience different parts of the city. And I absolutely appreciate the arguments that you've made. Change is often difficult in neighborhoods, and I've gone through very similar issues in my side of the city. But I guess the role of this committee is one of balances. And Councillor McMahon, you talked about it, and safety sometimes is an important dimension to what we do. And I worry about being criticized one day in the future when we build the rest of the sidewalk and then we're missing a part here, and there's an issue, an accident, someone is killed. Sidewalks can be a plus. I think the motion before us really is a delay motion. I suspect we would be back at one point in time talking about sidewalks on this very strip of road again. And there's a lot of sense that is made out of the discussion here that you're tearing the thing up once, you might as well put the sidewalk in, even if it's a little bit ahead of schedule. I regret that the process had not gone smoothly with respect to the customers, the residents. And I think that's a takeaway for us. We want people to be happy with their government, to feel confident that people are thinking things through here about effects on their street. As you can see from the report, a lot of the thought has been given into a sidewalk in front of 11 houses. However, I think the right decision in this case is that of the recommendation of the staff, and that is to get the work over with, get it done economically, and realize that the silver lining out of all this is that perhaps we've propelled forward the sidewalks on the north part of the street because of this, a catalyst. And there's been a lot of discussion in here, and from what I'd heard even before, that there was a desire that that section be done for reasons of safety. And I'm glad that that's happening very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm really a little torn on this issue, but anyways, in the end, I think I will have to vote for staff recommendation. I know the people living in that area is not going to be happy. I mean, I have a situation in my area for the last 9 years since I got elected. Some people on one of my streets have been asking me for sidewalk because it's very close to the school. And every time I've been to transportation, they told me there's no budget for it. Okay. Finally, they came to me and said, hey, we may have a little bit of money for you to put a sidewalk in. So on the weekend, and I was told that in one section, the sidewalk is going to be right by the curb. So I had to go and talk to my residents, okay, knock on doors. And I was warned by some of my residents who says that you put a sidewalk in, you're going to be facing a lot of issues, okay? But for the safety of the kids in the area. And I talked to other residents. Okay, they say, great, put it in. The other resident says, I don't really like it, but for the safety issue, yeah, I'll go with it. Okay, so the majority of the people, despite 2 or 3 people that warned me not to do it, okay, was quite supportive. So I'm going to go with the flow and say that go with staff recommendation in this case because I myself experienced it, having to put a sidewalk in, and it's for the safety of the kids in that area, in my area. In this case, staff is saying that they have a policy of putting in collector roads, although it's not on both sides, it's on one side. I think that we need to do that, and later on, when we connect it up to Kingston Road, it'll be complete. So I will vote for the staff recommendation. Thank you.
I guess we'll vote on it now. I'm not a big fan of pavement myself, but I know there's serious pedestrian safety issues in neighborhoods and communities. And when Lou talks about, runoff, it always worries me that we continue to pave over this beautiful city and the green space. But it does sound like you're doing extensive sidewalk builds around this area. This is one section that doesn't seem to want it, but I think this item is going to be, staff recs, it sounds to me like are going to be approved. Ideally, the community maybe should have a public meeting or something and talk about this as a community. And Fiona is so experienced in this area as our pedestrian guru. I'm sure she'd be happy to come out and talk to people about the merits and the virtues. But I also, like Councillor Lee, I'm torn about dictating what's in a neighborhood that I'm actually not familiar with, have never been to, and I like to support the local councillor. But today I'll go with the kind of the tone of the committee that we're hearing and stick with the staff recommendations. So we have these motions before us.
Madam Speaker, just point of order, can I have it makes more
Separated?
sense to separate them, yeah, because one is actually to put in a
Absolutely, yeah.
sidewalk, one isn't.
I was actually going to, but we put them together so people could see them visually. So we're going to separate these two. So we're going to move first, the first motion before us, is number 1. So all those in favor of ensuring the construction of sidewalks on the west side of Midland Avenue, north of Romana, how do you say that, Gary? Romana. Thank you. And Kingston Road occur no later than 2017. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries unanimously. And then the next item is 2, the proposed sidewalk construction of sidewalks on Midland Avenue and Fishley Drive and I can't say it, with being, thank you, Romano, be excluded from the planned work for contract, blah, 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 blah. All those in favor? Opposed? That does not carry. So that is a wrap. So would someone like to move the staff recommendations? Councillor McMahon? Councillor McMahon's moving those. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. That is a wrap, everyone. Thank you for being here till the bitter end. And to all our deputants today, all the city staff who prepared reports. And we'll see you in a month.